Prophet. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 1,600. Appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245, 2,506. Joshua died. Minus 1,128, 2,533. The rule of judges began with Honorable Ben Shamgar Ben Annas died. Minus 1,107, 2,604. Deborah Peter. Minus 1,067, 2,694. Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027. Son of Gideon became leader. Minus 1,024, 2,737. Son of Pua became leader. Minus 1,003, 2,758. Gileadite became leader. Minus 980, 2,779. Jephthah Aghladi became leader. Minus 969, 2,790. Elon Isabella became leader. Minus 9 leader. Minus 907, 2,854. David was born. Minus 892,871. Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869, 2,890. David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837, 2,924. Solomon became king. Minus 830, 2,935. The first great Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797, 2,964. Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797, 2,906. King over Israel. Minus 708, 3,043. Elijah went out with a chariot of fire. Minus 677, 3,084. Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 690, 3,144. 10 tribes for exile. Minus 566, 3,195. Another two of the 10 tribes for exile. Minus 562, 3,199. Hezekiah gave Judah. Minus 548, 3,213. Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533, 3,228. Manasseh, son of Hezekiah. Minus 463, 2,100. Hamikdash minus 442, 3,319. Jerusalem was conquered and Joachim exile. Minus 443,321. Joachim burned the book of Lamentations composed by Judah. 433,331. Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429, 3,332. Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425, 3,000. Sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423, 3,138. The first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423, 3,000. 3,340. Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Minus 410, 3,350. Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372, 3,389. Daniel read the writing. 371, 3390. Terah led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391. The next Beit Hamikdash 10 halted. Minus 366, 3,395. The Joshua made his great banquet. Minus 362, 3,399. Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357. The Forum. Minus 353, 3,408. Building second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 349, 3,412. The second Beit Hamikdash completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event history. 349, 3483413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. 3483413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3426 Nehemiah returned to the wall minus 633,448 as he died. Minus 313 Great minus 333,439 and Yon Shera began. Greek cultural foundation. Secular year Jewish year event. History minus 273,488 times static dot. Greek Septuagint 143,621 the revolt of Mattathias Chastinai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of Chastinai. Secular year Jewish year event. History minus 139,3,622 Judas Maccabees minus 139,3,622 second Beit Hamikdash rededicated minus 138 festival minus 133,628 Judas Maccabees battle minus 133,628 Jonathan son of Mattathias minus 120 3,668 Judah Ristoblet son of Buchanan Hyrcanus minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yana son of Buchanan Hyrcanus minus 73 wife Alexander Yanai minus 65 3,696 Ristoblet son of Alexander Yanai ED greater than minus 61 3,700 Roman Judea minus 61 3,700 Hyrcanus son of Alexander Yanai minus 43,721 Antipas son of Aristarchus Roman client ruler. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 36 3,725 Herodite rule. Killing all the Chashmonaim minus 33 3,728 Hillel Peter of the first dollar. Minus 93,703 Aaron I began to second Beit Hamikdash minus 11 completed 13,761 Archelaus son of Aaron I 3,768 Hillel died 10,3,770 Archelaus by the Roman Emperor 28,3,788 Sanhedrin from the second Beit Hamikdash 44 3,804 of son of Rabbi 53,810 Rabbi Gamlieli son of Shimon died 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority 69 3,829 second Beit Hamikdash destroyed Talmudic era the Mishnah secular year Jewish year event in history 74 3,834 are Yovenin Ben Zakkai died 86 3,846 Sanhedrin from place to place under our Gamliel 2 1333893 Bashar fell Bar ended tragedy 134 3,894 Judaism was banned and our Akiva 189,939 are Jews not speak repeated Mishnah around this time. Talmudic era. The Gemara, secular year Jewish year event. 2193979 Rav left the land of Israel, settled in Babylon 237,407 Shimon, Talmudic authority in Babylon. R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Arjuna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4,058 Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 Talmudic authority. 309,4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321,4081 Aryos was the leading Talmudic authority. 325,4085 Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 359,4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became master 4,150 Rashi, the leading Talmudic authority. 427, 4,000 Mara, 475, 4,135 also but repeated tied. The Rabbinic, secular year Jewish year event 551, 4311 March, proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event history 589, 4349 Talmudic Academy of Company of 609, 369 Talmudic Academy of Israel of Israel. 614,4374 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 619, 4,389 Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636, 4,296 Rothschild. 637, 4,297 the year of the Israel. 645, 4051 contact of active time. 755 Land of Israel. 759, 4,590 sorry, down of Israel. 759, 4,590 Catalan. 788, 45 this time. 858, 4,618 are average. Here, down of Israel. 928, 4,688 revenue not yet. Down to 905, 47 time. 968, 4,728 our Sharira became down accompanied at 997, 4,707 our high became the last down accompanied at 1038, 4,798 our high. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishona, the Crusade massacre, secular year Jewish year event history. 104048 Rabbi died. 10884848 Rep arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096, 4806 invaders destroyed Jewish communities. 10994859 Jerusalem captured by the Crusaders. 1104,863 the Rep died. And the era of the Coast began. 11354895 Rabbi Maimonides was born. 114449 the first recorded blood libel to the plate. 114749 Rabbi Nutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 the Rabbis and the Radic families left Cordova. 1165 4925 Rabbis land Israel. 1171 4,935 Rashbam died. 118449 young son of three was killed. 11874948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4,900 11904950 Jews were massacred in England. Third Crusade 1191 1951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as Radek, wrote his commentary. 11944954 Rabbit Nazi born. 11984959 Rabbi died. 12044965 Rabbi died. 12364996 Rabbinic mob massacred Jews. Burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 144504 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and burned. 1252 5,000 fell in position to the anti-warrior. 1267 5027 Rabbin left. 12905050 New York, and study of those included in around this time. Later was shown up persecution and expulsion. Secular year Jewish year event 12905050 all Jews were expelled. 12935050 Rabbi Rothschild died in prison. One began 12985058 the author began 12985058 the author of Mordecai and Agamad Maimon Yasser killed. 13055065 Rashba and man on 13055006 the third arrived in Spain. 13065066 all Jews were expelled from France and 5070 the Rashba died. 130550 Jews were massacred by the massacre of Crusaders. 20 Jews in Germany were massacred by the Armletter Band. 13385098 the Ralbag commentary on the Bible 495109 the Black Death Massacre swept across Europe 3670. Ravash and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 13915151 Jews in Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 13915151 Ravash and Rashbaz left Spain. 13945155 final expulsion of Jews from France 1413 5173 with Christians 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred. Peter Sarah 14755535 invention of printing for Jewish books. 148155 14885548 Aromanide Bertinoro 1491 Barak 149525 Shulchan Aruch and foreign consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event history. 14935253 against John Barbados arrived stable. From Spain. 14965257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 5276 9 Yahoo Prince. 1516576 the third. Many Jews during the Peasant War 1553 5214 in mass burning of Jewish books. Rome 1563 5243 Shulchan Aruch completed by Aryo Saro 7. Shulchan Aruch published supplement to Drama 1570 5232 Arizal 9 Lot 73 5333 Montreal Table Drop 1573 5000 9 FF 1599 5359 Montreal Return to Drop again 16145374 the Maharshi became Rabbi in Loveless 5377 arrived to the land of Israel. 169589 Ariel published in Miller with written drop 1635,100 Ariel served. Fox died 16465406 the Shach and Ham on Shulchan Aruch 16485408 Jews were massacred by Jamaican forces. Early Acharonim and East European massacre. Secular history 16545414 first Jews settled in Amsterdam, New York 1655 5400 Jews Russian Asian base in Poland 1656 5416 Jews were permitted within. England 1656 Chinaru was printed 1698545 All Shempa Bookmark 1702563 Yoshua's family 17155 Mark Yakupuli BFOS arrived in Constantinople 727 Mishka Lamelech died 1734549 Jews were massacred by the Afghan. In history, 1741551 Nehemiah arrived from Israel. 1747550 Rothschild died in October 755. Hamburg 754 5550 Egypt and now. Noted Mayuda became Rabbi in Roth 757 5580 Spring indicated as verdict also 1709 5519 Spring Blood. Bible Church Public Debate 1760555 Small Chef outside 1764555 for the Council of Land known as the Quad Arba Arizona 1768558 the Heidelberg Best 17755 August Best Rich Time 17855 RNS Jet notify you 178 Scale of Settlement established Russia 1793 5550 numbered reign figure of French Revolution 1797 5550 outside 17985 for first President 179955559 Napoleon led an army expedition and trail 1806556 Cheetah R5 Yosef David Nikolai died 180 Pressburg 1809 5500 FDR Levi Yitzchak Berdichev died 1810557 Arnab Kreslov died 1814557 REB Irving Akeshicha both died 1815555 Joseph and Armendel Rajanov died 1819557 anti-Jewish riot 1840564 Israel version later Akron of the Changing Society secular year Jewish year event in history 1843560 aesthetic arrested in Russia 846 5606 for social anti-European in Russia held local 48 5609 are Israel calendar left will 851 5600 May 1859 5619 are with Mental of Cosby died 1864562 and then expelled from Romania 866 5626 Shakera Shlomo Aesthetic died 1873563 Jack published 1874564 and Jack died 1878568 Medicine Agricultural Settlement established 1881561 many Jews began leaving the Quran 1886546 Darsh John Street author of Israel died 1892565 Barthian prisoner Rabbi and Chris 1905 were killed in official Russian Quran 1911567 Chilanish 19145 Richard Rabbi, released from Soviet prison. 1938. In Germany, the Holocaust, secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939-5699, Germany started World War II. In mass killing of Jews 1941, 5,701, Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia 1941, 5,701, 200,000 Jews killed in Babi Yar and Bulgaria 1941, 5,701. Sent to death camps 1943-5703, Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad 1943, 5,703. Remaining Jews in Warsaw faced massive uprising. 1. Linka, Sobibor, and by Ali Scout 1943, 5,703. The Danish people quietly rescued 90% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704, 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5,705, uprising in Auschwitz death camp just celebrated. 1945, 5,705, Nazi Germany and World War II ended. 1945, 5,705, 6 million. And World War II ended. 1945, 5,705, 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel, secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947, 5,707 publications of all encyclopedia with 10. 1947-5708, the United Nations divided into 1947-5708, Arab, attacked Israel in year. 5708, Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949-5709, War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950-5710, all Jews left the ancient Jewish community. Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951-5711, Richard Rabbi accepted emancipation. 1956-5717, Jewish forces invaded Egypt from the Sinai Desert. 1960, established the Discipline Campaign. 1967, 5,767, United Nations Jewish Six Days. 1975, 73, 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed. Richard Rabbi established the Shabbat Campaign. 1918-5742, massive NPR coverage in Lebanon. 1987, 5,746, first national conference of the Muslim Convention. 1993-57538, secret agreement. Signed in Oslo, 1994, 5,764, Richard Rabbi passed away. 2008-5767, deadly terrorist attack at the Quad House. 5. India, killed 6. 2020-5780, Israel signed Abraham Accords normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Because we're back in the where's podcast? Hello, how are you, Miss Aquarius? I am doing well, thankfully. I wish my hours were straightened out, but um, I'm doing okay. How are you? Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's amazing. Do you have like an outing? That's amazing. That'll be fun. Have you ever golfed?
No, you're not lying. I don't like the gas today, but I have to take it. Never dated before. This is my first time.
Well, that'll be fun. Take a few swings.
Yeah. 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 I mean, to met my dog.
Are you guys taking?
I got to meet her about yeah. Right. Somebody.
Okay.
And then the same person who brought you back on the last time, you got to check on the
Oh, that's cool.
kid. Yeah. And so it's like, what were you asking? My bad.
Um, I don't recall. If I recall, I'll let you know. But that's super exciting. I've always wanted to go to one of those. LA didn't have one for a long time, and so when I was doing my golfing, I didn't have that. I wanted to do the one in Las Vegas, maybe, but that's amazing. So I hear they're a lot of fun. They're like big.
My first time.
I think it's fascinating that they like have the ball come out of the ground and you just hit it and then it goes to the next one. Like that yeah, that machine is like fascinating. That machine, if anything, is fascinating. Because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket, you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing and then hit it. And this way it just does it all for you. Nice strike.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Did you say they'll let you clock in? You said? Oh no way! So you get paid to play golf?
And I guess they don't. I guess they don't.
They just go home afterward.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's neat. Is there anything special while you're doing this? Like, right? Well, if they're getting paid for it, if there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it, so that's really cool. Look at you. Folks, Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not even close. Not even close. This one's over. This one is over, folks. Even if I get 3 strikes in a row, I can't win. Nope, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win for Miss Aquarius. Oh, of course. Of course, Miss Aquarius. Reload. Oh, no doubt. No, no doubt. No doubt. You're going to get these two. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get it. Got it. Good.
I'll tell you after this, but I'm gonna tell you, stay safe. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, pray for you. If you need to.
Okay. Uh, nice. Stacy just got married, right? And she just got back from Bali. Oh, okay. Say no more. Honey. Is everything okay with your husband? I did. I just heard. I just listened to you. If you want, I'll give you a breakdown. You got a message at noon today from Stacy. She explained. I know. I didn't say her husband, Miss Aquarius. I did not hear. I did not say her husband. I'm asking a separate question, but we'll hold off on it. And you said that she said that due to her attendance, that they were letting her go, or that they had let her go, and that she's okay. That's all I wanted to know. That's all. But don't you go accusing me of not listening to you, because I did. Yes, I do. Absolutely. When on the day she was supposed to leave. Right. Absolutely. What does she do? What's her career? Okay. Yeah. Well, she's consistent. Absolutely. Okay. Well, if she's a good worker, then she shouldn't have a problem finding a new position. And God willing, it'll come quickly. She gets unemployment, so I know that it's just a little bit of a cushion, but uh, that's that's really sad. Um, I don't really have any words. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Oh boy. Absolutely. It's not the end. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. God willing. Yeah. I mean, you, if this is just how I would handle it after today, maybe tomorrow or something, I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time, and I'll contact you in a couple of weeks. Let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius. That way she doesn't feel like she's alone in the process. I might add in there, I I know that you're gonna overcome this and you're just gonna be better. And you know, I keep it short, but that way she knows like she's not abandoned, she's still loved. That you'd love you'd love to message her every day, but you don't want to overwhelm her, and that's not your relationship with her. But that she's on your mind, and just she'll overcome this, and she'll be better. One hundred percent. Whereas we've been friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of friendship. And your friends are my friends, and I only want good things to happen to them and their loved ones. That's why I was so shocked, and I had to ask for clarification. Stacy just got married. She's in my phone. I can tell you how many exact days this woman has been married, and that exact. Look, it could, it could be a lot worse. She could have issues with her husband. She could have had a miscarriage. She could have been diagnosed with something. This is just a job. Jobs are not forever. There's been no person in the history of humankind who's ever been in a job forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 39 days. As of this moment, and God willing, she'll be married for 39 years. And so long as nothing's wrong there, that's key. And who cares about Bali? She probably saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is able to get a job this summer, then she's going to be perhaps in better financial shape than she was before. I understand she had benefits, and I understand that she enjoyed her job, but there are a lot of places where she lives that are looking for good people, and she'll get one of those positions. She's originally from New Orleans, right? Yeah. Well, she's tough, and she will get through this. It's a shock, but all jobs come to an end. But what sad a decision that Delta made on the day she was supposed to leave on her trip. That's ridiculous. Well, thank you for sharing that with me, and we'll keep her in our thoughts certainly. And um, you just stay strong for her, and I'll stay strong for her. She'll get through this. It's going to be a tough summer, but she's going to find something hopefully pretty quick and be back on her feet. Something's fishy though, not about her, about what Delta did. Basically, you and I both know when you work a job, you may have a certain number of unexcused absences, and then you have like your vacation time, and it sounds like this is planned vacation time, and and she was taking a big trip, which is going to cost the company a few $1,000s, and just based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just she has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting this person go right before they're supposed to leave. She doesn't have any retribution against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our budget. But that is she, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now you're saying something that's a little different. She's been out since May. Okay. Um. Now she got married on the 26th of April, and then did she say why she was out since May 2nd? Okay. Well, that's a little different. Not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying you're saying. I'm not saying you're saying anything. That's right. I remember you saying that. Okay, so and I don't know, and I don't think you know. There's a reason why she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th or whatever. And I don't know what that is. With that job, was it one where you just come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to come in, right? Okay. Yeah, something happened between the second. Something happened between the absolutely. Something happened between the second and the 26th. You and I both don't know. There's nothing included in that. So right. Exactly. And she's a smart woman. She knows that she wouldn't be able to take like a month off without it having any kind of um, you know, paid time off or it was pre-approved or unless she had a health issue or something. And so to Delta, I can't necessarily say it didn't click with me. I think you said she'd been off since the second, and I wasn't. I didn't. Not at all. Not at all. Even if she took off for her own personal reasons to get her health or whatever before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it. She had a huge buildup, and there's a lot of pressure, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff. I get that. I 100% would. I would understand that even as a supervisor. I would get that. Hey, there's a lot going on with this person, but they made the decision that they made. That's what we can do about it. Hey, look who it is. Absolutely, it's checkers time between you two.
Yes, he does. Hey, hey, are you outside there?
What up, JC? How are you? JC, we hear you coughing. You okay?
That was that
Oh, that was Miss Aquarius coughing. Apologies.
was JC, JC. JC, JC. This light is on. JC, JC. Not working. Mess it up. One second.
You're good. We can hear you now.
Yeah, yeah, I'm outside right now. I was scared. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay,
Absolutely.
she's gonna be fine. She's gonna get it done. So what? You believe it, Lily?
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a saying in the job hunting world, you've got to treat getting a job like a job. You got to spend 8 to 10 hours on it a day, and if you do that, you'll have a job within a few weeks. How long was she? How long was she with Delta?
Oh Lord, I think more than a year. More than a year. Yeah, more than a year. It was maybe more a year or two. Yeah. Been there for a minute. Almost 6 months. I think it was more a year. More than that.
Well, it's got to be. If I've known you for more than a year,
Yeah.
and you've been with your company for at least a year, and you worked with her at
Yeah,
Delta.
I mean,
Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years, and you worked with her at Delta. You worked with her at Delta. Of course, I know that. You didn't hear me, or my question come through. Did you work with her at Delta?
yeah, they were with that. We were contracted by them. Not really by them, but it was a contract that company. Yeah.
Oh,
So we were air there.
okay, okay.
If we showed up, it was on. Got us there.
Delta.
And doing the devil, she was doing cabin service at one time. We did that for a month, and after she went there, she was yeah. The other guy, he was like, hey,
I got you. Okay. So she's had a couple roles
yeah,
since
after
then.
she did cabin, that's when I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm tired of Richard. So I talked to my career, my John said, here I am.
Ooh. Is there any way that Stacy can get in touch with your career coach?
You know,
Yeah, I've got two podcasts tomorrow. I'm excited for them. And one is at 7 in the morning, and the other is gonna check the time right now. One's at 7 in the morning. Um, well, let me check. I might have three tomorrow, Miss Square. Maybe not. I got so many of them. I put them in my calendar, but I might have put the wrong name with one of them. That's right. Oh, Miss Aquarius. I I have three. I'm gonna have to delay one of them. Maybe. Um, there with different people. Um, let me make sure. Before I check this.
Yeah, the change on how his are they real?
Um, I don't know about this one.
They don't tell you.
Yeah, it's just kind of like however they feel, however, however they're going.
That's why you can get through that.
Well, I'm gonna try. I'm asking one of the people tomorrow if we can adjust my 1 hour.
Three at one time. Not one time.
Oops, I made a mistake. Oh, okay. So I sent out an email, and I had to send out an email right after the same district. So I only have two tomorrow. Um, one person was emailing me, but we have a podcast a week from tomorrow, and I was thinking that it was tomorrow since they were emailing me like right now. But God, you never know. God, you never know how these things go. People, yeah. What'd you say? Yes, ma'am. Nina, Nina, can you hear me? Nina, hello, Nina. Yeah, she and I are supposed. Hello, yeah, we're supposed to do a podcast a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm camera here.
Pardon me?
I sure hope I'm not on camera.
Your voice, but not your picture.
Okay, good.
How's your day going?
Put me out there for a second.
No, I'm the only one on camera. How's your day going?
Good. Just
Excellent.
checking you out.
Very well. Well, as I state, I'm on camera 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish and connect with me, ask me questions. We play games. There's Aquarius and I, another person in here. finished playing a game, and I've got some friends who are going to be in here a little bit later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How about you? How's your day been?
Yeah, pretty normal, this, that, and the other thing, but we're checking out all your links because you got so many links. And I sent you an email earlier. I don't know if you responded. I'm not exactly now, but
Absolutely.
your last name is that your given your birth name?
Yeah, that's on my birth certificate. I answered your question.
Oh, you did. Okay, sorry, I'm not in my office. I'm not that email, but
Okay.
well, that's very interesting.
It is what it is. I said in my email as well that I'm not affiliated with the banker and the family. We do have direct uh, ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us within the United States alone, tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are in the Ashkenazi world, like the last name Kennedy is to the Irish culture. So it's a pretty common last name.
Yeah, it used to be Rothschild, wasn't it? Before it was Rothschild.
Yeah, it means red sheep.
Red Shield, right?
Yeah, it was the.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it's very interesting. Modern world, that name is definitely on the forefront.
oh, it has
And
been it has been for like 200 years.
to most people, it has. We're just starting. We're masses are just starting to wake up now. So, um, last talking about her.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, would you be, willing to talk about that stuff during our show, or?
As I stated in my email, generally I don't go into my familial history just because there are people in my direct family who I don't necessarily want to have threats or have any kind of random people show up at their house. I've had that myself with my live streaming. So, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, I'd like to focus on my live streaming, futurism, and how we can make the world a better place.
Right. So you seem to be focusing on peace. That seems to be a big theme.
Absolutely, yeah. So I live stream. I like for world peace. Do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
So that sounds really good.
Excellent.
So how would you go about doing that?
Well, the plan is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, on which to have AI models build as an example than any person in global history. I'm not just live on one stream nor two streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. So from there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually, on some platforms I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who has the opportunity to do endorsements, and the plan is just like you may be able to see. I'm endorsed by cryptocurrency right now, and that's what all my bedding and merchandise is. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 companies because what makes me different than any other influencer that you'll ever find is that my streams don't end in a traditional sense. I mean, I do stop them every 12 hours and restart them so that the information is archived. But uh, with any other influencer, they go offline, they go do whatever they want to do. I don't. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7, and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. The plan is to take all of the money from that, additionally from cryptocurrency, uh, not just the ones that I endorse, but within those markets, and my social media. Take all of that, put it into a large 503c, 501c3 tax exempt organization, and basically make the world's largest charity. From there, anyone who has helped me along the way on my streams who can document that, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of their friends. We're going to take care of their families. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own so that they can help people, not just in their life, but any kind of things that are near and dear to their heart, such as veterans, people who want to help animals, people who want to help the homeless, quote the homeless. Um, Other things that I talk about, in addition to world peace, are ending things like world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I talk about it. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the livestock program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earthy water onto land to make it drinkable. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those directly who have helped me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answers your question.
That's very interesting. With the data centers, I'm hearing a lot of people are talking about that they're taking up all our water. What do you see there?
Well, that's where desalination comes in. So the Earth is two-thirds water, and with desalination, specifically perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we we have more water than we could ever even begin to want to consume. Now, there's an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center, but these are just challenges that need to be overcome, I feel, with knowledge, information, and the publicizing of that, like basically these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our lakes and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean. And this is a type of technology that's been around for decades. It's not currently utilized very much in the United States, but it is in some other countries. And I'd like to see that type of technology expand.
Excellent.
So,
So I would think that with your name and your family background that you would be able to do something about it.
uh,
Like you would actually be able to know people who are funding them, you know?
again, as I previously said in my email, I don't have connection to the direct banker. So there are thousands of Rothschilds within the United States alone, and uh, they're more a European dynasty that I don't have on speed dial, so to speak. So if you think that I can influence everyone in my family, that is a potential, but probably more long term than more direct. The people in my family, many are academics
Yeah, only
and
if you
not
influence one
and
in
not
your
bankers.
family that could then go and influence more and so on and so forth. And that's where the change is going to be made, you know, because we can all sit here and live stream and we talk about this and talk about that. but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel I am.
So,
I feel I am. I'm influencing the world in my own way, and I would like to influence everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rothschilds or Rockefellers or the House of Windsor or the House of Saud, whomever it may be, to move in a world where unity and practices about global unification are promoted as opposed to that which divides us. But if you think that I am a puppet master, uh, I must say that I am not. I am as normal as generally probably anyone else you're going to meet on the internet. And my family, we're generally academics. We're not bad.
right. Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go. Enjoy your night and enjoy your stream, and we'll talk to you later.
Excellent. I look forward to speaking with you a week from tomorrow. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Okay, Nina?
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
What up, Mr. Prairie?
Sleeping a minute. I'm tired.
Okay, good.
This is tight.
Okay, just go to bed then. Absolutely. By the way, take care, Mr. Bird. You as well. Bye-bye. Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is. Where's the what?
Where's the mango?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. Nothing serious. I woke up at like 8:30 and I have like I don't know, some like insomnia or something. Fell asleep for like 40 minutes, like 5 times or something, and each time I had like a really, really vivid dream. But it was alright.
All right, so you were keeping me uh, titulated with the Backrooms review. So please tell me about it.
Absolutely.
But give me the first part too. I don't want it broken into parts. Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it into the first half and the second half. I'll give you a rundown for the first half and the second half. Um, so the first half, as I was saying yesterday, it starts off with a convoluted theme. There's this bird flying through a doctor, and then jumps up the bird, so on, so on, so on. And then also, in that opening convoluted scene, this person is clearly like panicking and distressed because they're being chased by monsters. They're like heavily breathing, and it shows like some person just like casually like walking, and instead of like the person being like, "Hello, help me," or like, "Why are you panicking? There's a monster here." They just like ignored the person that's casually walking in front of them, which at first I did not understand. But then later on in the movie, it revealed that the people who were in the back room were actual people.
not really equal at all. And that was like another moment of time that took in the movie, which was revealed in like the second half. I don't understand how it worked for that. It's they're these people that were in the background and they're very like distorted, like just were messing around in Photoshop and like someone's face will appear as if how their face is looking there. There's some explanation about how they're like people's memories or something that are like trapped there, and they look like they're being like some like music video or something. They did not like they're just very like that real looking, and yeah, I don't think I was much of a fan of the people that were just in the background and stuff. They tried, whatever. It was yeah, no, it was, what else in the first half? People say that the film was too long. American Crime and how the film was like super slow. I honestly didn't feel that at all. And I thought the pacing of the film was literally fine. I mean, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Even this renowned YouTube movie reviewer called Jeremy John said that it should have been like an hour and a half. But
It's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes.
Jeremy John's pissed off about something.
You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that. Jeremy John said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes.
It's like an hour and 48 minutes. So yeah, he's pissed off about 18 minutes.
Okay.
And but I honestly I didn't think that there was much like it didn't seem to be that there was like a lot of unnecessary scenes at all. Like I really didn't feel like there were any unnecessary stuff that just needed to be cut out. Some people, which I also agree with, think that there should have been more, like context to certain scene, and like could have been better, like more film to explain the movie further. But I didn't have a problem with the pacing of the movie. And also, Penguin, Black Hero, he has 18 million subscribers on YouTube. He's very famous. I was also talking about the background, like the pacing was slow enough, and the people now make the movie theater, they just comment down with like TikTok brain, and like have no time to watch the movie, and that director is need to basically like cater to this modern audience with like zero attention.
Didn't we say that like within the last 2 weeks? I said the same thing. I got it.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a huge aspect to movies that like a slow build and tension building, and not just making everything into condensed TikTok reel. Like there's a lot of value to using time wisely in that extent, and yeah, I mean, I think that there probably could be some adoption of films in there. In this particular instance of the backroom, I do not have a problem with the pacing personally. I think that if we do have a problem with the pacing of the movie, like I wasn't overwhelmed with like the sense of like, oh movie is like, no, there's stuff going on and it's actually, it's not like an action-based Spider-Man 3D movie, but there's stuff to watch, so just give it a chance and pay attention. Um, yeah. So the first movie is building up this relationship between this guy who is this.
Did you say the first movie?
Sorry, the first part,
Okay.
the half of the movie, is building up the relationship between the guy Clark, who works at this like furniture type store, and his relationship with his psychologist or psychiatrist lady, who Clark is like going to see or help deal and work through his problems that he has with his wife and that how he drinks too much to manage the stress and how his relationship is not panning out too well. And eventually, I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the doctor was just not, in my opinion, the greatest way that they've done it. Very clever, 9 3/4, just jumping in or just walking through a wall, not going to not. I guess the back rooms are not exactly like realistic. I feel like you're going out of your way to make it super realistic and just are just walking through walls and walls. Like, okay. At least if you have some like strange portal or something to go through, it's equally disturbing. Right in your face, like nonsensical. And then so this guy, he's walking through the back. He goes and explores the back room. One thing that I really like is that literally every back room piece of media out there is all first person found footage, and you never get a third person perspective on someone going through the back room. And my initial thought was that seeing someone in third person going through the back room, which is like it wouldn't work and it's like weird. And it's like, oh, this makes no sense if there's a camera literally following someone into the back room. Like that would just be stupid. Someone recording you in third person in the back room. But it actually, when I saw it, was like you basically say like you forget about that and you just kind of like observe. You become the perspective of the camera. Just become like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back room. And so that provided a very interesting angle that I really liked. Third person. The Clark goes in for the first time, he starts exploring the back room. There's clearly one, you just walk through a fucking wall, and two, you're now going through the back room, and there's just like all this like same stuff that would just seems highly controlled when you're normal rational person. They do I guess, hint early on that. They make the character a pretty like rational, stable person, I guess. But maybe his curiosity was the reason behind that. He goes and explores it, and like, oh wow, this place is like insane labyrinth with like never-ending hallways. Cool. And then he like walks back out, and then the other camera and then comes and there's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like insane room of like endless hallways, which I guess maybe has nothing bad happen. That like is okay, it's fine. But and that happens in pretty much every horror movie too. The main character is like, okay, what's behind this curtain and clear out this danger and something like work out well. Um, he also, in my very first night, he went in, finds a duffel bag filled with these floppy disks that are like labeled like background, like recordings and footages of like supposedly other people or probably background. And I thought he was gonna take out the name tag because there's a name tag in that duffel bag. So the psychologist was like questioning whether he was like insane or not as like evidence that to obtain something, but he didn't do that. And he didn't even take any of those discs that were in that duffel bag and try to examine them, which I think was a cool thing if he was like collecting or whatever, started doing those tapes and like stuff crazy. Just, so yeah. And then so he gets the great idea of figuring out going to I guess he had like employee the store that he works at. So he like goes to the house and says, okay, you guys are coming with me. Bring the camcorder. So they bring the camcorder, they all walk. It's like a girl and a guy that he like. The guy is like a whatever girl dude who's like not afraid and like the girl is like, oh, what are you doing here? This is dangerous. Follow me and very like kind of like cliche like character traits for the female, which I thought was like cliche. Same with the premise of like how hard is it drinking beer problem. So that one not as didn't bother me as much as like the girl that's like just like they literally just walked into the restaurant every time, freaking out, oh, we should be, we should be. And then one thing that just definitely, in my opinion, needed more film to explain how you go from point A to point B is like the three of them walk into the room, and then the very next scene, for whatever reason, they're in some random place in the bathroom that they had not paid to see yet. There's a bed with they don't show attached to anything. We're just gonna take the finger down, I guess, because it's the way to begin. There's a giant blue lamp that's like 100 feet or 80 feet of like thick rope, and the rope is attached to the bed and it's also attached to the explorer guy that's on the track down. And then there's like this kind of steep little tunnel thing that goes down and you're there. I'm gonna let this down here so it's down there, and then it goes down the road down to the right, and it's magically there. That's what he looks like. I'm not there now. And then he goes and like, okay, there's a long tree and nothing else. Basically, it just smells like crap. And he goes back up the hall, like a little 45-degree plan, narrow, and just goes up, and I go, okay, I'm now up. And then this also seemed like also a custom here because they lowered him down like exactly like I don't know, whatever that rock climbing maneuver is where you're lowering someone down with a rope. It's like you lower someone down with a rope and then if you pull them up to bring the person up with the rope, then you're also dragging the rope up if you would mean that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not based on that explanation, but yeah, they drag this guy up through the hallway, like by
never show him again in the rest of the movie. And then the female and Clark comes down, and they are also never, or the female is also never the grab. And then, of course, the video cameras on the floor, they get dragged down by Clark's initial instinct, as any rational human would, is to pick up the video camera and not be too panicked to forget about filming stuff, even though you're watching people just strike away by a monster. Um, yeah, and then that's where I ended it when I was going to I need to take a time. I need to use the restroom. So just give me like 5 minutes. But please don't leave. I do want to hear the rest of it. I had to go to the bathroom before you came in. Now I really have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. I am back. Okay, so you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera. Exactly.
One, and that was part two. Um, part two. Um, I will say that the acting was really solid from at least the two main characters, the psychologist chick and the park guy. Well, especially the park guy. That was really, really good. Really good actor. Props to Jeremy Jones criticized the script a little bit. I didn't think thought the script could have been better in some parts, but not terrible. My issues were more, or what I would have done differently is just the overall whole like sequence of events in the movie, and like the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But there's an interesting creative direction. I feel like they were trying to be like philosophical with it almost. In the second half, the psychologist lady figures out that part. She goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the back room. She walks through the wall, and then goes finds him, and then it turns out that I guess he was like this is where it starts to get like philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by a monster, and then he kind of got like possessed basically, and then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, which is like this pirate. And yeah, I do believe that they revealed the pirate bad monster thing way, way, way too soon. Because like I think in literally every other Kane Pixels backroom like YouTube video that he released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end. But most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. With this, they show the actual monster like I don't know, good like half an hour before it ends or something. So it's like she's then being chased around by this pirate monster, and it just was not as scary. But before that, um, Clark basically is like as he got attacked by the monster, he goes like just turns insane, and then he he ties the psychologist lady to this chair, and then there's this very, very long kitchen scene. Maybe that's what Jeremy's problem was. I not that big of a problem for me. But in that scene, I'm just gonna turn your mic down a bit because there's a background noise making it difficult to think. Um, yeah, in that scene, Mark is like just acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then she's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And then Clark is just being super insane, but then she manages to convince Clark that he should let her go. And so he lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the pirate monster shows up. And the pirate monster is like, yo, why are you letting her go? She hasn't been eaten by me yet. And then Clark was like, no, it's cool. And then the monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster takes a giant bite out of Clark and dies or whatever. And then again, there's these people there that aren't really people. They're soulless people that are all deformed weirdly. And there's just a very strange scene. Clark just takes a chunk out of one of them and presents it to the lady to start eating. Basically, it's white, kind of insulation looking stuff. And yeah, so then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate. And the pirate again looks like this paper mache looking thing. It was just I don't know what deep metaphor was or whatever with the pirate thing, but the pirate thing just chases her around in the background. She runs away, and that's basically she eventually gets away and makes it through this little crack. There's also this kind of side story of this guy that was working for the laboratory that created the back rooms. They're being monitored and stuff. And so the psychologist lady escapes. And she was now at the end of the movie in the control of this guy who was working for the company that created the back rooms. And it leaves the final shot. She's like, am I gonna make it out of here? And then the guy's like, well, it's not really my decision. And I believe the last shot was alluding to the fact that she became one of those soulless people that were trapped in the back. It was a strange movie. It was kind of interesting. I did feel like I would have made a completely different background movie, especially with the skill of paint pixels. It felt like the movie studio people were kind of projecting their movie influence. Well, you can't just have a movie of people found footage for an hour and a half. And I also thought that there should have been more found footage stuff. It would have been better, but the found footage stuff only made up for the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It was just here's a random background scene picture you do for the start of the movie. Then there's only one other found footage scene in it. And the found footage stuff was amazing, but I should have been more to it. I just felt the overall movie direction went a strange way not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made like better horror movie, but it was at least a little bit interesting. It was not like super scary. It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies. Um, yeah.
Would you like to hear? Well, firstly, thank you. I don't know if I'd want to see it. I think I also want to hear how you would make it. Uh, was it yellow? Was it like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of back room that I have in Play-Doh?
Yeah, it's exactly like that.
I thought so. So you know what I'm referencing. I mean, that basketball skin or whatever from Play-Doh.
Yeah, the original. I mean, that like wallpaper. Apparently, like the original post came from, or like the backroom floor came from like 4chan more. I mean, it was like that original photo that contained that specific wallpaper. And for years, people were trying to like uh, figure out where the hell that original photo came from. Apparently, people like found the original source of it, and it was like some old mattress store that was like having a sale or something, and then they took this like as a little photo and then also the back of that photo.
Okay, so
That's where it took place, like the default kind of back rooms
yeah,
settings.
you were getting to what I was going to ask. Where was that original picture taken, or is it AI? So we think it's real.
Yeah, no, I watched a YouTube video that was saying it came from a mattress store in Ohio or something. That was like out of business and they're trying to lease it or something.
And is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
Your mic cut out after yellow wallpaper. Was the other option?
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
The wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that back room's look is yellow.
The carpet appears yellow, but so yeah, I guess we're gonna go with yes, but I don't. If anything, is like the walls are definitely yellow. The ceiling is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, like modular, like ceiling,
Drop ceiling.
and that's maybe what it's called.
That is what it's called.
But it comes in like those like little like rectangles.
The panels. Yeah, exactly.
And then yeah, the carpets maybe like beige or something that appears yellow from the lighting. It's wallpaper's yellow.
Okay, and now tell me, how would you have made this movie?
Well, more found footage, like I said, and pixels, which just makes like amazing found footage thing. The plot was a little bit scattered and disassociated. Maybe just a more like together plot. Um, Off the top of my head, it's hard to answer that because it does make a movie. I just like let it come to me. But it definitely make it more scarier and less strange. It felt like, I mean, I watched the movie like super long ago, so my memory might be off. But do you know the horror movie called Seven?
Yeah, with
Morgan Freeman.
Brad Pitt.
Or maybe
Brad Pitt and is it? It's Brad Pitt and Morgan. It's Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie seemed like kind of like just weird, like a little bit like Seven. There's like this like really, I can only remember like vaguely one scene in Seven. It's just like really weird to me. Like it's kind of got vibes like that, and like yeah, the characters seem like they would have been like some music video or like all like paper mache. I didn't like that. I think as other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backrooms purists, and they like critique these like backroom videos, and they're like the backrooms are already like kind of inherently horrifying enough to the point where you don't need to add scary monsters in it. Like it's scary enough being in like a landscape that you can't escape, and yeah. But if I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a liminal movie, and the basic plot was like there these people go and they go into like this like onto or like this abandoned church, one of like Louisiana like churches that are like white with like a bunch of pink chips and like vines growing up. And then you go down to like the basement. There's like a jump scare. Sorry, with like a bat or something, a flashlight or whatever. They go to like the basement. They go through like the basement like door, and then they go and they like enter like the back rooms. And they like there's like two of them or whatever, or maybe just like one person, and they like step in and like, oh shit, where the fuck is this crazy big like office space? That makes no sense. And like the door just like slams shut behind them. Another like jump scare, and they're like, oh shit, we're like trapped in this thing. Okay, we're now trapped. We're gonna go explore, and then they go explore like just like a little tiny bit, and then they find like this walkie-talkie, and then like there's someone at the other end of the walkie-talkie. Like, they pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello, anyone there? And they like don't hear anything for a little bit. They keep walking around. And they're like, hello, anyone there? And then like they hear like the voice of like this like possessed lady that, or like she sounds normal, like she's like the evil predator in the movie, and she's like, hello, help me, like kind of creepy sounds, help me. I don't know where I am, help me. And I'm like, yo, are you trapped in this shitty place too? Has no end or escaping? We'll help you. Let's meet up. Let's meet up. We'll help you or something. And then they try to like meet up with her. And then she's like, oh, have you seen my husband? I'm looking, I haven't, I don't know what happened to my husband. I was there. And then she's like, oh no, I'm by this place. I'm at the place with like the wallpaper and the carpet. Please find me. And then let me know if you see my husband. I keep rocking. Oh shit. Dead body, tons of blood. I'm like, oh shit, was your husband wearing like a red like plaid shirt? Like, yep. And I'm like, oh, he's dead. And then they're like, oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that. And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up. They're like, we found you after all those walkie-talkies and in this hallway. He's like, yeah, well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces. That's the movie. Would have been a million times better than 8 pixels shit I made $100 million.
Are you ready for the best idea ever?
Is it a liminal space plot
Yeah, I think
for a
it's
movie?
yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think it's a good
Well,
idea.
what did you think of my space plot format for the movie?
Well, I was gonna comment on it through mine, but I should have then. Um, I like the setting's okay. Like you have to go through some kind of chipped IV kind of place, but where it loses its connection to me is that stuff was made like 100 years ago, and in my opinion, liminal stuff was made like 50 years ago. So it doesn't have to be, but like there's like a time connection issue there. Um, and I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen. So I thought that part of it was cool. I think that um, the lady trying to find her husband in like a plaid shirt or whatever, if I understand you correctly, he died, right?
Yeah, they find yeah,
They just find his
a lot
body.
of blood.
Yeah. Um, which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me not knowing what happened to the person is actually scarier than finding their body, but I could go either way on that. Um, I guess I want to ask, how do they get maybe like how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
Oh, because they walk down into like the basement, and there's a door in the basement that just opens up, and it's just like the liminal classic basketball, liminal Play-Doh basketball room.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
step inside and like, okay, nice. What the hell is this? And I just like slam shut super loudly, jump scare,
Okay. Okay.
and trapped.
I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be they're like two different. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of time differentiation between that usually. Um, but I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours would be better. I don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realist. I like realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know zombies. That kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What is attractive to me is like what you were talking about, where it's realistic. Like your version is realistic. Yeah, the husband could have died and gotten killed. How does he die though? You don't find out. I don't remember you saying.
It's implied that the lady on the walkie-talkie did it, and she was just using that as like bait or like yeah, just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if you, I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time that I've seen personally is called The Devil Inside. The very first opening scene of that movie is like is just so crazy. It's like this police footage, or sorry, not like it's like news footage, and like the reporter is like, well, there's been a murder thing at like blah 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 street, and then it goes in and like it shows it's just like uh, it shows like dead people in the like house, but like just the footage of like walking through like it's like basically a camcorder footage of that like of all the blood and like the bodies was like so well done and so scary. It was like one of the one of the most memorable pieces of just such a crazy banger like opening, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension throughout it, where it just keeps like cranking up the psychological horror. Um, yeah, there's like this movie is classified as a psychological horror versus like I guess a regular horror, which is I guess not necessarily psychological.
Well, because of the monster.
Um, I guess psychological maybe because of the backward setting and I don't know, just the I don't really know what defines as psychological, but I wouldn't say that the monster is the psychological horror stuff, but there's like some extra meaning baked into the monster. Maybe I didn't think it was that deep, but maybe someone has a deeper explanation.
Okay. To me, the scariest. I don't know. There's like a saying, like the scariest. Uh, like the I forget what it is, but like the scariest person is the person in the mirror or something like that. Like so I was thinking like however the location didn't really matter. But it could just be I was thinking like you remember I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever.
Yeah,
Um, so it's kind of a story just like that where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there have been rumors about this mall that like it was way over budget. Nobody knew why it was so over budget, and the reason why you have to say that is because there's I want it to be like there's a lot more going on at this location than people know on the surface, and the characters I don't care who they are, Boyd, like I don't know, maybe 6 people, 12 people, doesn't matter. They go exploring one night after the place closes, and in a similar way, like how you were like, they just go through a basement door. They just go through like a door, and they walk through, and they're like, no way, what's going on in here? And it could be dark. It could be they only have a flashlight or whatever. But they start going a couple rooms in, and then one of them's like, I'm scared. Like let's turn around. And then the people are like, no, come on, let's keep going. They're like, no, no, I'm scared. Let's turn around. So they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they can't. They start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And then they're looking all around, looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one of those like things that turn on the power, like a big circuit breaker thing, and boom, all the lights go on in the place. And it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where they are or how they got there. And then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of this thing, but it's basically like a maze. And the deeper they go to try to get themselves, or the further they go to try to find the original door, the deeper they get into this maze. And then you could take it from there. Um, but I almost think that, uh,
they get split up.
well, there's that. Um, but my thought was they eventually like can find water or water source of some sort, but they they can't get out of this place. They try everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie, where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls. Everything is just plain. they're maybe they find some stuff, but it's not enough to do anything with. And then they start to it becomes like a survival movie where they want to eat each other, like a cannibalistic thing. And that's where I was thinking, like, that's a fucking scary movie where they they're torn between they're having these thoughts about eating each other because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something or abandoned or whatever.
It seems like pointless though, for I will survive maybe another week eating this person and then I'll die.
Yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening. Like
What would you do?
you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They ate each other, and then they only survived for another week or two. Um, but it turns into you you hallucinate when you haven't had that kind of any nourishment, and you um, you could have it where they actually do end up eating each other, which to me kind of kills everything. That I was just thinking the enemy within is like a really scary aspect of it. Like they all went in as friends, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group, just in terms of survival. Um, and then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky psychological movie where it just
Just as they're about to start eating each other.
right. Um, and they could go through all the back rooms and everything. And to me, that's something that could really happen. Like you could have urban explorers who get into one area, it's dark, they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting, and then everything turns on, but they don't know. They're all turned around, and basically, the further and further they go, the um, the more they get lost. Um, I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital, and um, I forget. I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting. Another family member was in the hospital, and um, maybe I was 9, but it wasn't like 13. And I told my parents um, it was getting to be late, and like visiting hours were over, and I told my parents that I wanted to like go ahead before like like be in front of them. And my parents were, I think, were like, "Don't go. It's almost over, or whatever." And I was like, "No, come on. Let me just like I want to go down the hallway or whatever." And they were like, "No, um, like, don't go for it." And I did. I got very turned around in this hospital to the point where I got lost, and it was after closing. And I remember going to see the person in my family who was in the hospital, and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find where to go. And I finally, after maybe like 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, um, made it to the lobby where my parents were waiting for me, and I got in trouble. And but I just remember thinking like the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me; it was like that I couldn't find anything. Anyway, it just reminded me of that and how you can get turned around in one of those places. And hospital generally in the hallways and stuff does not have some have some have windows and stuff. And as I recall, though, it was at night, and so couldn't really I didn't know where I was or whatever. And in the same way, in a liminal space, yeah, um, the maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. The idea of somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, loses a like what they were just waiting there for like months or weeks or years for some random person to just perhaps maybe just come in. So I don't like that aspect of it too much. Um, but yeah, anyway, that was just my version of it. And
Some people say that like time basically like go there, so you don't require food or water. You're just in like this weird space time where everything this is all world.
I don't like that part of it. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how I. You've seen Castaway, right?
Um,
Starring Tom Hanks.
I've definitely heard of it.
Okay, well, like one of the reasons why I think Castaway
Know this one.
was a really good movie. It is a really good movie, is because he goes through all of the things that like a human would go through in terms of um like he gets lonely, and so he has this volleyball that he calls Wilson, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks's wife in real life is Rita Wilson, so it's just weird that it's like the same name or whatever. Um, and he gets lonely, so he's like talking to this volleyball, and the volleyball becomes his friend to the point where he like mourns the volleyball whenever he can't find it or anything. And just like how he had to survive to make fire. They must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire and how he celebrates being able to make fire and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from um, the um, elements and how he eventually doesn't think anybody's going to find him and he's running out of food and everything and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me that movie was the exciting. Oh, and another interesting thing about that movie, he doesn't talk for there's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspect of it
No,
too.
that's crazy.
It is. Let me look up
What
the.
would be insane if he was just like thinking out loud, like, they're really, I am running low on supplies. I need to go to the
He does that to some extent, but let me see. It's some kind of like interesting part of it. In the movie Castaway, how much of a period of silence is there where there's no dialogue? 45 minutes of continuous silence. For a movie, isn't that ridiculous? And there's no dialogue or music.
Well, what's he doing?
He's just trying to like
Tinkering with shit?
he's like trying to make fire. And like I think the silence is broken when he makes fire. Because he like celebrates and he's like screaming, he's so happy.
So he's just trying to, and it's a good movie.
Oh, it's
Other
phenomenal.
than that, it's not boring.
It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's one of Tom Hanks' best movies. Um, it was very popular around the time of the TV show Survivor. So it's like this: if you were deserted on a tropical island, what would you do, and how would you survive? It is not boring at all. Um, I haven't seen every Tom Hanks movie, but I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Tom Hanks movies. He doesn't miss many movies. There, he has like his agent. Uh, it's called it's called like he's got a clause that says um, a lot of actors have this, but it's like a no audition clause. Basically, You offer only. It's called offer only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. He just you make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, then he automatically gets the job. Other people have to audition, but he's at the level where it's just offer only. And only not a huge amount of actors have that. Probably less than 1%. So he has his team read through these scripts, and anything that he thinks is going to be big, he does. And he did Castaway. He had like 6 movies in a row that were just like giant. Yo, what was Tom Hanks's run in like the mid '90s and early 2000s of movies that he did, where he just had a lot of blockbusters? And if you include Toy Story, he had um, so it's called the Golden Decade, 1993 to 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got his second consecutive Oscar. He did Apollo 13 and Toy Story, both of which were giant movies. He did Saving Private Ryan in 1998, 1999, another giant movie. You've Got Mail, giant movie, underrated movie. It's a phenomenal movie. I loved it. My family loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, um, which is what is his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King, and then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000 and Road to Perdition in 2002 and Catch Me If You Can. One of my favorite movies ever, Catch Me If You Can. Like what I just named right there, there are no weak movies. They're all really, really strong. So anyway, he did Castaway, and it was um, everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out because it was like, oh, a um, real life survivor, and the show Survivor at that time was huge. It was, I want to say, the biggest show on TV before American Idol. Like it was giant, and it was the second big. Um, it was the second big reality show. I want to say, or maybe it was the first big reality show. Um, CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother, and those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like the Real World on MTV and Road Rules, but those are a little different in terms of reality shows. Survivor was definitely when Survivor came out, it was a cultural phenomenon, and so Castaway was like a movie version of that. Am I saying Castaway is the greatest movie I've ever seen? No, but it's definitely in the top 5% of movies I've ever seen. And another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about brand placement or product placement. So the basic story of Castaway is uh, there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express FedEx, and he is in a plane that's going from one place to another, and the plane goes down in the ocean, I want to say, and everybody on the plane perishes, except Tom Hanks somehow gets like sucked out. Is that what happens? Yeah, I think he gets sucked out, and then he eventually ends up on this island, and there's all this scrap, uh, these like scrap packages that were in the plane that end up washing on shore. So he does have some food, and it's kind of funny. Like he's like eating like kids like I don't know chocolates that they made for their grandma or something like, or their grandma sent them chocolate. Like he's eating everything that he can, but only if the package is open or something. Because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open, and he doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their rightful recipient. So, like, I don't want to give away the movie, but basically, like, the movie's just very Federal Express oriented, and I just remember thinking, like, this is a very um, like FedEx connect in my mind is like connected to that movie very much so. But it's not like over the top. It's like what's another movie that's like that? Um, not as much as McDonald's and the Founder, but obviously that's the story of the founder of McDonald's. But um, I don't know. There's some other movies that are like that. Uh, anyway, if you haven't seen Casa, if you ever want to watch it, let me know because it's a really fast. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that, or I have in the past, especially in my first year of streaming, where I didn't talk to anybody um, on camera, like for the first year. I'm not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it mostly. Um, I didn't have a Discord, and I didn't really know what Discord really was too much. Um, I figured like I was going to go viral any moment, and I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want people to hear what I'm thinking. So I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying with Tom Hanks and like laughing, like, oh, so this is what I'm doing. That's what I would do. I'd be like, all right, well, I am hungry. I'm gonna go make something to eat, and I will comment on this like a cooking video, like I've seen on Instagram or whatever. And I'd go and I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever it would be, whatever I'd be eating. And I would like narrate. And that's not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what a well working mind, how it works. Like if you were on a desert island, you would maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out. But since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to. And I would say it quite often on the stream. Like, normally I wouldn't be talking out loud like this, but if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours of me today being quiet. And I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking, stuff like that. When I first did the stream, it was very, um, it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in my house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So um, it was much more like um, it was much more in what's the word? Not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I did know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending and then work their way back to the beginning. And I always thought that would be a really interesting part of it too. Like, um, we've never had a movie. I guess have we ever had a movie like that? Maybe some like Tarantino flicks or something where you see the end. Oh, have you ever seen? You're not a big Seinfeld fan, I take it, but the second to last Seinfeld is like that. The second to last Seinfeld is considered by many people to be the worst Seinfeld episode ever. Um, Normally, an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part um, episode that they did when they visited California, they basically never moved outside the tri-state area, meaning Connecticut, uh, New York, Long Island, kind of, and New Jersey. I don't even. They never really went outside of New York. However, in the second to last Seinfeld, they end up and it just starts and they're in India. It's like what they never ever they had like one shot of a character Elaine when she was pregnant, like she couldn't be on set. She was in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never ventured out. Um, it was all like within this microcosm. But the second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backwards. So you see like how the characters got it. And I think my stream will be a lot like that. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so you should see Castaway.
I want to see that episode.
You should. You absolutely should. It's really. It's like okay, you know.
It sucks just because like it's all backwards. Like,
Yeah, it's very artistic, and most Seinfeld episodes are not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future, people will think it's the best episode because it is. Um, it's different. It wasn't accepted then. People were used to Seinfeld. Seinfeld is very. If you ever watch it, it's very. It's like an equation. You have a main storyline, and then usually two or three sub stories. And the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together, and uh, there's some kind of resolution that occurs. And in this episode, the resolution starts, and then it's like how they got there. But like the thing that even sticks out in my mind. So there's Kramer. I'm sure you're familiar with Kramer. He's like the goofy guy. You know those um giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel, like a lollipop? Yeah, it's like a. You don't know what a lollipop is?
no, I do know what it was.
Okay, so you know the ones that are like a pinwheel? They're like a big circle that you might see at like a fair or something.
Yeah.
So
Like the Wizard of Oz.
yeah, so Kramer early into the episode, that pinwheel is like really small, like he's almost eaten it all. And as the episode continues going forward, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you find out how he got that sucker. And it's almost like that pinwheel sucker is like or lollipop or whatever is like a timeline of how this episode goes. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last. It's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build up, unlike any show I've ever known. For the last episode of Seinfeld, it was giant, and I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. It was the first show I'd ever heard that did this, where they would have actors on and they would read lines and stuff, but the actor wouldn't actually know if they were going to be in the final episode because they the the people at the production studio Castle Rock wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, oh, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happening, they would know who gave that information away, or they could basically trace this, very much like Bob Lazar, where sometimes they would give perhaps false information to be able to trace the leak. But they shot, I think, a handful of different endings or different episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy with it at all. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to it is Sopranos. Sopranos, a lot of people hated that, but it's like, how are you gonna tie all this up? Anyway, the Seinfeld. Great question. It was the number one show on television, and they wanted to go out on top. And um, most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier was one of them. Um, Friends was becoming more and more popular, and Seinfeld felt like, hey, all these other shows that came earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. It was coming to the end of um, the millennium, and they were already considered by TV Guide to be the greatest show ever. And I don't want to say they ran out of ideas, they didn't, but their ideas weren't as practical anymore with the invention of cell phones and the internet. Like they might have an entire episode where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find the friend. When if you had a cell phone, you could just call the friend. But like they didn't have that in the mid '90s, or it was pretty rare. But towards the end of the '90s, when I think Seinfeld ended in like something like that, they those types of things were not as um, those kind of like storylines that they would have were
They're trying to find out a piece of information.
exactly 100%. That's exactly right. And there was just none of that in the mid '90s. Maybe I mean there was Jerry on the show does have a computer, but he's only shown using it one time in like 7 seasons. And they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show though because the earlier seasons they don't have any idea about the internet, and at the end, the last seasons they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet, and like, but it's all in a joke. Like, they'll have a really old man say, "I've got to get on that internet." Like they talk about it like it's uh it's a like a place where you go as a resort or something. It's not like, oh, just Google it, or there's none of that. And so the way Seinfeld ended, there was the Indian episode, which was technically the third to last episode. Then they had a clip show. I don't know if you're familiar with clip shows. They don't really do these anymore, but they would just take the best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever and put them together, and that's a show. And then they would do then they had the last episode, which is a two-part episode, and um, people did not like how it ended. They did not like that they had this reverse episode on going to India. They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
Well, there's no like continued storyline. It can't be that much of a broken heart. There is there a little bit.
A little, but like Jerry never or very rarely ever has a girlfriend who shows up for more than one episode. And the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors. All of them. It was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. Um, he had Kristen Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah Messing. She became a huge actor on Will and Grace. I mean, these are all people who became main characters. They all Seinfeld was like their stuff. There was that lady in Black Lotus. Like, she was Stifler's mom. I can't really think of her name. She was on the show, and she became a big. I can't think of her name right now. But they were all beautiful too. Like he never had an unattractive. But like he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big comedian, um, and a very attractive woman. Um, all of the women who were on that show were beautiful. Yeah, every episode.
On the show?
Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them. And that's why he wouldn't date. He'd be like, "Oh, she's great. She's she's beautiful. She has a great family. She is really um, everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time. I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time. And it would be like this thing that like the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not she won't eat peas? Or like another one will be like there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks to her food. She'd be like, "Oh, it's time to eat, Mr. Carrot," and or whatever, and he'd be like, "There's nothing wrong with her except that." Or a woman who would, uh, whenever they went on a date, she always wore the same thing, and he didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfit. Those were like the storylines of it, and all these girls were smoking hot.
I don't get played out.
No, I mean they were always beautiful women. They were the storylines were always really interesting for the time. In fact, uh, I mean you've seen have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm? All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the spin-off of Seinfeld. Though it's not exactly a spin-off, the storylines are very similar. Uh, yeah, Larry David is a co-creator of Seinfeld, and then did Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh god, I did not know Larry David. I thought it was literally Jerry Seinfeld.
No, it's actually more.
Like the writer.
It's actually more Larry David. And so George Costanza, the short, stocky, bald guy, that's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry David doesn't show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers on a few of the episodes. But he's like he was executive producer. He became like close to a billionaire, just like Jerry Seinfeld did because of that show. They co-created it. It's Larry David and Chris. It's a very interesting show. Yeah. Um, and it was played so much. I mean, it's still played in LA on a nightly basis on some random channels, but it was played on all the biggest channels throughout the United States in syndication to the point where, like it was just like I can name Seinfeld has become to millennials and Generation X like uh, I don't know, like how maybe Gen Z talks about Stranger Things or something like that, but they don't even talk about Stranger Things the way people like. What's a there are Seinfeld isms that they just became. No one had heard these phrases before, but now they're become okay. So here's one: double dipping a chip, like when you want chips and salsa and you take a chip and you dip it in the chip and you take a bite and then you put the chip back in if it's a public plate, you don't do that. But nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeldism. But and there are books that are published about this too. Um, what else? I mean, there are a lot of them. What are others? Um, let me just look them up real quick. Seinfeld isms, like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. Um, so double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talk too closely to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that you talk to another person before. Um,
Like that was a Jerry Seinfeld episode.
I think it was a Larry David.
Or Larry
Larry
David.
Larry
I think
David.
it was a Larry David.
Yeah, all this stuff is generated by Larry David. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Shrinkage, like when you're in cold water and your dick shrinks, that was never referenced in society before. No one had ever talked about human anatomy that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday that's celebrated by hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people throughout the world every year, and it all comes to it from a Seinfeld episode. Um, Regifting, like the idea of somebody gives you a gift and then you give that gift to someone else. No one had ever talked about that before. So there were a lot of like phrases that entered lexicon or the vocabulary um of
Man hands.
man hands is one of them. Nobody had talked about a woman who had like a really strong hand. Um, that's a big one. So that's common within specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes, but it was never you never really saw um, Yiddish being used on television like that. Um, Shiksa appeal. So the idea that Jewish men are attracted to non-Jewish women, a shiksa, another Yiddish term, was never put on television before. Um, Other things that they would do, like that were just different that you never saw. Um, oh, in terms of candy or like product placement. Product placement was really big, and they didn't really do this previously. Like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you these off the top of my head: Juji Fruit, Junior Mint, um, Pez. Those are all those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Um, like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, which was like a failed mid '90s attempt of a country western singer to take on KFC and Boston Market and some other places. Um, there's um, Saab, there's um, Porsche, there's um, like just lots of like just off the top of my head. What other? I don't want to look them up, but I will. Seinfeld episodes about commercial products like Pez and Juji Fruits. So they were just in season 7. There were 150 product placements. Pez dispensers, Junior Mint, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So they just basically were an open door to getting brands in the show, and it's a really good. Um, it was really smart of these companies to get in with that show because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's. If I ever hear Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld. It's the first show that I'm not sure if this is true, but was Seinfeld the first show to really do product placement? I'm sure it wasn't. There are others, but it was like, did Jerry Seinfeld invent display advertising? Uh, Seinfeld is widely credited as revolutionizing the practice by integrating real-world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items like Junior Mint's Snapple and Drake's Coffee Cake to enhance realism and humor, a strategy that marketers later adopted as a model for modern product placement. So that's something with it. You just if you watch shows before Seinfeld, they wouldn't talk about stuff that you would really see in the store, and many times that had to do with competing advertisers. So, for instance, let's say you're like if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in a television show drinking Coca-Cola. They'll drink maybe something that just says cola, but not Coca-Cola. Why? Because maybe Pepsi's an advertiser of the channel of the station, and Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca-Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then with Seinfeld, it got really they like went over the top of product placement, where the characters are doing everything that they can to find a junior mint or whatever. Like the whole show revolves around junior mint or Pez or Snapple. Anyway, um, these are fascinating things. and I'd love to continue to talk with you about them. But I want to know, are you ready to lose?
I don't have one vote.
Okay, I see how.
That's
Doug,
bad.
Doug, I see how it is.
Limerati.
I have a podcast to do at 7 in the morning, and I think I'm just gonna stay up all night. And then I've got another one at 1 p.m. and I think I'm gonna just stay up all night. I slept for like 3 and when I do that, it's like I gotta get my hours done. So I will send you an invitation in one moment. Um, so what are your favorite TV shows, Riser?
Oh, I was gonna ask you if you heard the enthusiasm there.
Phenomenal. Some might say it's better than Science, and um, I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually on one of the Curb Your Enthusiasms, they did like a Seinfeld reunion, and they called it "The Closest You're Ever Going to Get to a Seinfeld Reunion" is the name of the episode. People have been wanting there to be a Seinfeld reunion since it went off the air, and they haven't done one. Mainly because I think the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people considered it to be a perfect show. And it the other actors have made money doing other things, but the and they all made a lot of money on it. And the um but but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that has Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis Dreyfus, and it's amazing. It was like seeing Seinfeld in 2010 or something, and the episode is something like George invents a an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire, and one of the things George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George George in one episode knew where all the great toilets were in New York City, and this app would allow you to find it. And there's like,
So that's a character enthusiasm.
yeah, it's just like it's like a show within a show that they do. And there's one episode. It's like the season finale of season 4 or 5 or something, where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set, and they're like doing the lines like they would have on Seinfeld, except they're they're the actors playing the characters. It's not like the character. Meaning, Jerry Seinfeld. Well, that's a bad example. Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show, and then plays George Costanza. But they refer to him once they hit cut or whatever as Jason Alexander because that's his name, or Michael Richards or whatever. Um, Another really interesting thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm that's different than any other show is they do not the the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. So what does that mean? It'll be like, all right, Larry David has to buy a car, and he's got to negotiate with the car salesman, but they don't give them any lines. So Larry David will be like, all right, I want this car. And the car salesman's like, okay, but what about this other car? And Larry David will be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person's like, okay, fine. You want this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check and then I can just you give me the keys and I leave, and they're like, oh, it's not that easy. And then Larry David, why isn't it that easy? And they're like, well, it just isn't. Larry David's like, look, if I go to the store right now, I go to Starbucks and I swipe my debit card, I get the coffee right there. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a 2 hour conversation about financing. I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. They're like, well, it just doesn't work that way. You have to understand, sir, that there are warranties. And Larry David's like, I don't want the warranty. I don't want it. Right now, where it says warranty, boom, I don't want it. So that should cut down 45 minutes of our discussion. What more do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand that there are other packages that we can add to this. And Larry David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, that this car is just the showroom version of it. We have to actually order the car for you. He's like, I don't want you to order it. I want that one. This one right here. And they'll be like, well, you have to understand that there are some things that we have to do to the car before we can actually have you take it. We want to make sure that it's tuned up for you and everything because it's been sitting in the showroom for a few weeks now. He's like, look, I don't want any of that. Literally, how much is it? And they'll be like, $25,000. And he'll be like, I'm going to write you a check right now for $25,000. You can call the bank, you can check it, do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes, or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. And he's like, fine, I'm out. And they'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene that they'll have. But they won't ever have like a um like they'll just be like a bot, but they don't have lines. They just improv the line, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Every scene is just improv.
yeah,
General premise of the film.
exactly. And it's because Larry David doesn't want to have to be memorizing all kinds of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every every
Have you
se-
seen the whole thing?
except the last season that came out like a year or two ago. Yeah, I binged it on the stream. I also binged Seinfeld on the stream. I binged Sopranos on the stream. Like basically Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them. So I didn't really pay too much attention to that one. If it was a big show, I wanted it to be a part of this because I feel it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on my stream. And I also want somebody who watches this stream, I don't know, in 10 years or 100 years or whatever, if they're a fan of, I don't know, Home Improvement or Friends or something, they'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows and it's like a reaction video that I have of it. Um, okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm that I didn't really get when I first saw it. Uh, Normally, you have a show like Seinfeld or Friends, they have sex, right? Like, it's like you're used to them going to the same place or whatever. Curb Your Enthusiasm, every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the sets. What do I mean? So, Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot differently than most shows. It's not shot on a soundstage generally. It's shot out in LA. Even though they may close down and get permitting, they may close down a street or something. It's it's shot out in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or something. And they're usually these really big, nice houses that you'll see in the Hollywood Hills and stuff. But the neighbors always complain when they're doing the shooting of the show that, hey, you have to shut down our street and we don't like that. You're basically becoming a you're an inconvenience to us, and these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every season the show has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA, and they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but it's you never get used to like, oh, this is the Curb Your Enthusiasm set because it's just it depends on the season that they're going to have it. And I just have always thought that's interesting because with like any show, Sex in the City, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they have like a set. You're used to like whatever the castle looks like on the inside. Well, this show's a little different. It's just a different house every time. And they don't always explain it, and I don't like that element of it because I get used to the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort in things, and just for whatever, well, because Curb Your Enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they they can't have that continuity. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. Like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was um I want to make sure I get the name right. I don't want to tell this story incorrectly. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Okay, Juan Catalan was exonerated from a murder conviction, and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm proved his alibi. The incident. In May 2003, 24-year-old Juan Catalan was arrested for the murder of 16-year-old Martha Puebla, facing the death penalty. He claimed he was at a Los Angeles Dodgers game with his daughter at the time of the crime. The evidence. Catalan's lawyer, Todd Melnick, discovered that HBO was filming season 4, episode 7 of Curb Your Enthusiasm at Dodger Stadium that night. Footage clearly showed Catalan with his daughter in the stands, with timestamp data confirming their presence during the murder window. The outcome. The judge dismissed all charges against Catalan. He was awarded $320,000 in damages for wrongful confinement, and was later reunited with his family. The actual killer, Raul Rebleda, was convicted in 2008. Documentation. The story was detailed in the 2017 Netflix documentary Long Shot. Isn't that a crazy story?
That guy got crazy lucky.
Yeah, he did.
Why did they think it was him? Of
That,
all people.
that I don't know. We should add that to the list of documentaries someday. Um, but yeah, so Curb Your Enthusiasm is it's like a different version of Seinfeld, but it's the same kind of humor. What is there's like a
It's written by
Larry
cast
David.
is different.
Yeah, the cast except they have every member of the show on the show. So like Michael Richards is on a couple episodes, Jason Alexander's on a couple episodes, Jerry Seinfeld's on a couple episodes, and Julia Louis Dreyfus is on more than a couple. She's more of a character in it. Um, but not like a main character. And they um they they all have plots, but it's not Seinfeld. Do you know who Cheryl Hines is? She's the wife of John F. Kennedy, or Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Sure.
Okay, well she plays Larry David's wife, and she's like the second biggest actor. Um, let me let me think of I know you want an invitation. I'm going to send you one in a second. I have to just I was trying to stream on a device and it wasn't working for me, so I had to go into YouTube and change something, and I'm going to try it. Um, so I had asked you what kind of shows. What are your favorite shows? TV shows or streaming shows or whatever.
Oh, well, it seems like Michael Richards did not like have a lot of significant acting roles, to my knowledge, outside of Seinfeld
Well,
I'll tell you, he did stuff. He
because
did some stuff, but I don't think he was like a main character.
because he got canceled. You don't know about this? He was at the Laugh Factory in like the early 2000s and said the N word, and it got on camera, so he was canceled.
Are you serious?
Oh, dude, he says it like 50 times. Yeah,
Do you think he was trying to be funny?
he was, and he said he was doing it for like freedom of speech and stuff, but nobody took it that way. And just watch. You have to watch it if you haven't. If you're wondering what happened.
I haven't seen that.
Dude, you have to
Or
watch
like
it.
Family Guy did like a comedy.
Yeah, Family Guy did it. Yeah,
Did a bit on.
yeah. That's how much in the psyche of the world it got.
Will YouTube even show the day?
I think so. Yeah, and here's the thing. This is very early in the digital camera world on a cell phone. It's very early cell phone footage.
This guy's going nuts. Wait, let's say you. Oh, geez, you not really walked up and say, yeah, it made it worse that there was literally a black guy in it. You can't say that.
One of the comments says, if cell phones didn't exist, that probably would have been an urban legend. And now watch the Family Guy version of it. But as you see, like it's a very early cell phone.
Wait, is it the apology?
There are two of them. I think. um, so Michael Richards did an apology tour, but it never. No, it's I think it's Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up. Oh, there's this. There's okay. So I would watch Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up comedy. It's very short, and then we'll watch the apology.
Oh, it's literally 6 seconds.
So
I didn't show the full show.
no. So before, I mean, it would just be bleep, bleep, bleep. Okay, so I would then go Michael Richards' apology because he went on the Late Show, and then we'll watch the Seinfeld one or the Family Guy one. It's actually pretty long, but he had to do
I
he
just watched the Family Guy one.
yeah he had to do like this whole tour of apologies, and he lost his career. However, he's still like one of the most beloved television characters ever.
And PC politically correct. That's such a shame because
I'll be right back. The fact that you said, yeah, man, Michael Richards didn't seem to do anything after Seinfeld will be seen as absolutely hilarious for the future. You're just not old enough to remember, but it was like a huge deal. This was the first. This was one of the first viral cell phone videos ever.
yeah. So it's like he didn't like go out with like a set like intent to do that. Like did he actually get pissed off and try to make like a joke out of it and it just failed terribly?
I don't know. I don't. I don't think anybody who's outside that room knows. And it's one of the reasons why stand-up comedians today and um, some stand-up venues do not allow cell phones because of this incident. Like Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, no cell phones. Why? Because he doesn't want an incident like this. Basically, Michael Richards, if this didn't happen, he's going to be from 100 millionaire to close to maybe a billionaire by the end of when all the Seinfeld money pans out, and he would have been able to do. So he had a show called the Michael Richards Show that debuted shortly after Seinfeld ended, but it just never got any traction. Julia Louis Dreyfus did a show that didn't get much traction, though I thought it was brilliant. I watched it. It was called Finding Ellie or something like that. And what was really interesting about this show, unlike any TV show you've ever seen before, in the very corner they had a countdown. So each episode was like 22 minutes, and in the first season They had a countdown, and you would know exactly when the episode was going to end, and it was just fascinating. Like it was very breaking the fourth wall. Like we're we're gonna let you know when this episode ends. But that was never very watching Ellie or finding Ellie.
Watching Ellie?
Yeah, and it was really interesting. The show was in real time, so it wasn't like it was fascinating. Um, but it never panned out. Then Jason Alexander did a show, something I forget the name of it. It never worked. Jerry Seinfeld didn't do that. The biggest thing he ever did was comedians in cars getting coffee, and he doesn't even need that money. He just does it for fun or whatever. Now, Julia Louis Dreyfus did have um, two hits after that. She did Veep, which was giant. She won like best actress like for the Emmys like every year when she did that, and she did something else too. There's one episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld's like a billionaire, and he's actually he's actually like the third wealthiest person in this one video or this one scene. So he dates this one woman in one scene, and the issue is in this scene with this woman is she doesn't share toilet paper. Like basically, Elaine and this woman go to the bathroom together, and Elaine's like, "Hey, there's no toilet paper in my stall. Can you please pass me like a square of the toilet paper?" And the woman's like, "I'm sorry, I just can't spare a square." And that became a phrase, sparing a square. And Elaine's like, "I can't believe you would date this woman. She is flaunting. She's like not a sharer. Like, how could you date this?" Anyway, Julia Louis Dreyfus comes from a French banking family, and she's like multi-billionaire family. And then this other woman married the owner of the. He did something else, but uh, she married the owner of the Atlanta Hawks. So basically, there's this one scene where Jerry Seinfeld, who's a billionaire, actually is the poorest person in the show, and that's kind of a hilarious thing. Anyway, um, Michael Richards never his career never recovered from that, and still hasn't recovered from it, and he doesn't even do stand up anymore. And um, Jason Alexander ended up doing Broadway. He had a successful Broadway career. Julia Louis Dreyfus did two shows after that. Veep was the big one, so she had success after it. And then Jerry Seinfeld did comedians in cars getting coffee, and then also did stand up, which he had always done. Um, and then Larry David did Curb Your Enthusiasm. And um, one of the other guys, his name is Larry Charles. He was one of the producers as well, and he went on to do movies. Nothing super big, I don't think, but he did like Religious, I know that, with Bill Maher. But I want to think of,
Isn't the owner of the funniest car?
I think it's Jordan. And that's a very good question. I'm gonna send you this invite right now. The reason why I say that, I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits, and um, the they did a poll on this like last year. Who is the funniest person on Seinfeld? And George ended up winning, and Kramer got second. And third was
I saw your personal opinion on Google, so
yeah, no,
subjective.
no. I was gonna say, and I agreed with that. To me, George has the most amount of funny lines, and he's the most to me relatable character from a stand like I don't want to say relatable, but like most realistic character. Um, Jerry is always dating these really pretty women, never has to go to work, never is unemployed, never has to work with, um, never has to like worry about anything. His parents live in Florida. He visits. Oh, I guess they do go to Florida in the show. I forgot about that. They go to Florida sometimes. But even those sets are, um, even they have sets for that. Um, but yeah, I can't tell you. Well, Michael, they did a Nathan for you on Michael Richards. Do you remember this? The plan was to have Michael Richards leave a tip at a it was at a
Oh, at the restaurant.
at a diner. Yeah, exactly. And then it turned out not to be like, and it was just like, how easily can we get something on the news? What is this bullshit?
Michael Richards a year ago, and it only has 8.8 pages.
That's
Like,
incredible.
it's not a great podcast feels like something like
He doesn't need to. They made so much money on that show. It made, I think, both Jared
or as a fan I don't care that he said
he only said it 3 times.
yeah,
They always made it out to seem like he said it. But, there was another woman around that same time, Dr. Laura Schlesinger. She had a huge following on uh, the radio, and she, for freedom of speech, she basically said, like, it was something like, why can people of a certain race say the N word, but other people can't? And she ended up saying the N word like and on live radio, and she had to give up her show.
yeah, probably not. Do you agree with that?
No, I think that
in the right. I'm a freedom of speech absolutist, so I believe anybody should be able to say anything that. However, it is fine for people to not want to purchase your product or watch your show or whatever it is if you use them. Actions have consequences. Um,
Do you think Kramer's and Michael Richards is kind of funny when he's saying that?
I think he can. He wasn't traditionally known as a stand-up comedian. He was known as a character actor. So he was doing stand-up just to kind of stay relevant. Oh, that was great.
I wish there was a better really? Yeah.
Garbage.
I did not think I was so much. Oh, so no.
How many things are left?
21. It's Walker, Purple. There may have been a very strategic swap. The X and the J, maybe you have it now.
That means that you have a date.
Oh man, I could have made that one over. Damn it. I don't know if all of this already. What the fuck? 72? Ow.
Champ's here. Champ's here.
That's a real.
What a comeback. What a comeback. You had the Q. You had you had the Q. You had the Z. Why didn't you play it on zone with the ONE 2L near Boney and Wee? Like,
I guess. That would have been like 20 points.
but you could have played it down too. You could have played double 2L. Would have been like 40. You play zone to the right, and then if you had like an A, Zai, which would have been like 40 points.
Is it only the letter? Oh, yeah, yeah. Then that's not that.
Folks at home, if you're watching this, I straight up stole this game. I was down the whole time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Straight up stole it.
I don't think there was 7 points, but I guess it was.
The J was a double, and then it was a trick.
Double, triple.
Yeah.
When you pass, really sure you're
You have this strategy that if you pass, or something,
Oh, dude, you could win if you had something like that read.
It's technically these at the end. Uh, oh, that's two passes. That's two passes. So that's three passes. That's three passes. That's disqualified.
Not
That's
disqualified.
officially disqualified for rules of the game.
That's not a thing.
Pass three times.
It's not a thing.
I thought that was the first one.
Okay, but you can think whatever you want, but that's not a thing. Folks, if you're watching at home, I straight up stole that game.
I was legitimately devastated.
I'll let you go first without any swaps. I can see why you said that was devastating because that game is over. Do you see Lena the Plug and Adam 22 are divorcing? I hate that I know this knowledge. Yeah. Um, I should tell you what Brendan Schaub's thoughts were on the bathroom movie. Male with two L's?
Yeah, I know. Looks like mine now.
That's not a thing.
I've never seen. Huh? Even Google acknowledges the word.
Oh, that's garbage.
was Brennan John's review of
He said something like the one guy.
I guess how he done that.
Oh, dog, he didn't see it. Somebody else was giving their um, opinion on it, and he's like, "Yeah, sounds boring. What else you got?"
Does he ever talk about American
All the time.
What are his top players?
I think he likes Forrest Gump, but everybody likes Forrest Gump. That was good. What else? He doesn't talk so much about movies, but shows. He loves Stranger Things. He's like all about Stranger Things. He loves Yellowstone. He loves Ozark. Uh, Anything that is like serial killer related, he loves that shit.
Does he like Dexter?
I think
Dexter?
I'm gonna swap.
Not a word.
Not a word.
Not a word.
Not a word is right.
Jack,
What are you gonna play though?
I sense an X working on the horizon. Shit side, son. Shit side. Just that shit side. Your comments and stuff. Supreme Lord. What the fuck, dude?
It's a Hebrew letter. But I mean, I don't know why it would be in here. How many letters are remaining?
You mean files?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, seriously? You have the dad, wow, I guess. Rod again here. This, this is garbage. What is that?
Oh shit! There's nothing I can do about it. The door.
You got the dad, and the Q, and the J. Wow, I'm probably a blank. That, I'm right. I have blank, I have Z. Silence means yes. No, 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 I don't think you have the Z one. No, desperately rotating file. Rotating to your right.
Champion, 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 champion.
Where's that there? Curious where that is. Oh yeah,
How many do you have?
many go after that. Champion. I don't know if there's that right there. Are you fucking serious?
Might be the greatest. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of the game, folks. Folks, this might be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, 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 this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of the game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. The champ's here! The champ's here! The champ's here! The champ's here! What up, Zoo? You came in at the perfect time. for one of the, if not the greatest comebacks, not just in the history of literati, not just in the history of Scrabble, not just in the history of board games, not just in the history of gaming, not just in the history of sports, but in the history of the world. Welcome. What a comeback, folks. What a comeback.
You had a Z and a blank tile, the Q, the J, and the X.
And I won, baby.
What a joke.
Winners win. Winners win. What do you want me to do about it?
Rig.
Folks, if you're watching at home, this motherfucker was using my strategies in celebration. They're celebratory strategies.
Yeah, Zoo. Yeah, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna take my dog off of this.
Guys,
Take what, 2 minutes? No, it does not take 2 minutes. That's a lie.
Riser's pissed. I can hear it in his
On what
voice.
planet does it take?
He had two
What are you hand chopping?
he had two games stolen from him. He doesn't even want to discuss it anymore. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen, folks. Straight up stolen. Folks, straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Come on, hit my ball, baby. Yeah, so I agree. So Risers needs to hit our ball now. Straight up stolen, folks. Hit my ball. The perfect. Go in the water. Go in the water. It's very good.
I think you can call me in and put that on.
Straight up stolen, folks. Straight up stolen. This motherfucker was up like 100 points on. Straight up stolen. You have the balls. Are you fucking serious? And now you're gonna give us. I would have gotten it. Doesn't matter. I straight up stole. I straight up stole back-to-back games. Straight up stole. Wasn't even close. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stole those motherfuckers like it was going out of style. Straight up stole them, folks.
If you hit the train and Rabbi just helping around. Oh, you didn't get straight. No, I still move the ball. Easy hole in one. Back it up, Rabbi. Oh, Straight in. Straight in.
Straight up stole it. Folks,
51%.
straight up stole it. Straight up stole it. Straight up stole it, folks.
This will be the watermelon flavor. Yeah. Yes, dude. Yes.
Collusion. Do you all hear this? Collusion.
I'm cheering for my friend.
Yeah, collusion. That's collusion, dog.
No. No.
Hey, Rabbi, do you know the next off-the-road company is SBS bus line?
Everybody knows that.
You're gonna watch it.
Dog, I'm gonna watch every fucking second of it. Straight up stole those games, folks. I'm riding such a high. When I put that one with the Z and the white tile, and I saw it was 719, I just knew I had fucking stolen. Straight up stolen.
I got more closer than I did.
Nothing but 1 point.
Oh, fuck. You might steal this goddamn.
Nine.
I hate this. Yeah, one of us to get evil points.
Collusion.
Oh my fucking god! Rabbi, we're talking.
Cool story, bro.
Rabbi, look at Rabbi being bitch.
His dad in hospital.
The hood is right in front of me. I see the shadow.
I'm in the best position for that.
Easily. Dude, you fucked us. Dude, you fucked us. Dude, you fucked us because you took out that tree.
So I hit that tree.
Yeah,
I would have made it anyway.
you wouldn't have made it.
No.
Collusion. Dude, go take your dog out.
I'm still basking in straight up stealing, back to back. It's unreal. It's fucking unreal. My friend, you had the cue. My friend, you had the cue. You had the cue. I'm gonna go back.
I promise you, we had the cue. I talked on this.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
He's taking his 10 minutes to want a rematch.
Hey, literally takes a while. Just, just take, just taking out his dog, or whatever, feeding him, or whatever. Dog. I just wanna bask. You know what it is to bask? Basking in the glow of two of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen, and
I don't think playing in Seattle on a blank. I get it. It's big. The queue, do you know how much shit I was getting in my Jay, Amsterdam, the queue, those keys,
I know this doesn't matter to you, but Rumble just introduced shorts. It's growing as a platform, dog.
they're only like 5 years behind.
I agree with you on that. What the absolute fuck? Okay, we're gonna give him 10 minutes, 12:23. We get till 12:33, then we'll play again. Um, all I know is that I would be giving you a lot of shit if you had the Z, the Q, the J. The I don't know how you had such a. Well, I do know because I kept playing like two-letter words because um, I didn't want to waste those really valuable tiles, and then nothing was coming up to just be devastating. And then I was I was just holding back. Oh, did you ever play Mario Kart with the blue shell? Okay, so in Mario Kart, not the original, but like the later versions, there are at least three kinds of shells. There's the green shell that just fires forward. There's the red shell, which is like a heat-seeking missile. And then there's the blue shell, which automatically goes to the person who's in first place and atomic weapons them basically. Just takes them out. And I was basically just waiting back with a blue shell and waiting for my spot, letting you take the lead. And then when I saw that I had an opportunity, I used it.
I think you got lucky too. 'Cause, I mean, they like, do like a swap. I remember like how many times they were like 20, and then like yeah, and then like swapped on like
That's
you
true.
got like the X and the like Z and a blank or something.
I
got
I'd been holding
I
on.
played a door and then I got like big higher U's and I's.
I couldn't believe that there was nothing that I could play like nose, N-O-Z-E. That's not a word. There was nothing that I could play with that N and a Z. I was shocked. It's like, oh, dude, and I have a blank. I'm gonna blow this out of the water. And
Who knows if it's yeah, no.
I know, but like,
I tried to play that the other day.
I figured like maybe there's some kind of like British spelling of it or something. And there was not.
There's the Sri Lankan spelling of nose.
Right. And then playing iron, like, why would they? They do have like Hebrew letters in there though. So I'm like, okay, iron, that worked. And then another thing that was big was you played adore, and I played adored with the D, and it was like a double word score for two different words. It was like
You
30.
tacked on another D to my whatever, like mace and jar. Or macer. You played macer and jar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was big. That was big. All right. Do you want to play mini golf?
So I'm watching Real Carol. Real Carol.
Okay, mini golf. I'm gonna send you.
No.
You're done.
Karen.
Oh, I could lose 50 games in a row, Cam, right now, and it would not take away the joy that I experienced. A big comeback, two back-to-back comeback wins. It's one thing if you just blow someone out. It's another thing if the other person is celebrating using your celebration and you end up winning, and then you get to use your celebration. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I was. Kept doing it. I'm the champion. Champion, folks.
Oh fuck. No, I go. The champs here. Boom, boom, boom. The champs here. After this game, I want you to just quickly YouTube Muhammad Ali. The champ is here, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, dude, we both suck. Are you serious? I wonder what the record is between us and neither person getting it.
Record for someone not scoring.
Yeah, like how many turns we've taken that nobody's gotten. Oh, you got that. Nobody's gotten anything.
That's five without anyone scoring. This might be because normally they score quick. They really. Well, that is 6 turns. That's scoring.
You've got to get
That
this.
is probably a record.
You've got this. Dude, I still don't have a good shot. New thing. You have such a big like grouping right there.
No, no.
Are you fucking serious? That was so fortunate. That was a bad shot.
What the? Oh, do you know what a albatross is?
Yeah, there are different definitions, but it's generally a hole in two on a par five.
I think it's just any double eagle.
No, that's a double eagle. A double eagle is a double eagle. An albatross is, or that it would be a double eagle. An albatross, hold on. One under is a
You're saying
birdie.
it's specifically if getting in a two on a par
Um, let me think. One under is a birdie. Two under is an eagle. Three under is a double eagle. Four under is an albatross, and five under
no,
you
no,
can't
no.
you can't get that.
Five
So
under is possible.
yeah, so an albatross is a hole in one on a par five. That's how I feel.
I think that's incorrect. I believe it is any double eagle is an albatross.
That's incorrect.
I believe. Well, this is what I just read today. I believe is that double eagle the correct term or whatever. Double eagle is an albatross.
No, it's a double eagle. They even say it on TV. Like he had a double eagle. Hole five.
I don't think that is the technically correct term.
Did I just get one of yours in?
No, I think you bounced it.
We'll look it up after this game. Double eagle and albatross. And then I've heard, oh, there are some par sixes, and there's like a double. They have like a different name for it.
Is it par six?
Yeah,
Where?
I played par six.
That is not standard golf.
Um,
Non-regulation golf.
actually, no. I'm incorrect. I played a 600-yard par five, which is a long putt. Um, no, I've not. But I think they make it into a par six for women in June, something like that. It was the first time on a scorecard that I've ever seen.
Terrible.
Okay, this is a tough shot.
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious? That was garbage. You have two really difficult shots. Well, one really difficult shot.
Yeah, no. All those learned here for that.
Oh
You
no!
didn't pocket the queen.
Because even if I pocketed the queen,
Oh, both sound terrible.
Yeah, I would rather get my thing out and then have a quick shot to get the. I can make this shot. The other shot, I don't. These shots are really hard. The ones that are right up against the wall.
Yeah.
This would be pretty new for you. Maybe not. Oh no! Stop! 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 Garbage. You have two very difficult shots here. Oh,
No.
that was almost beautiful.
Only like mini golf, kind of like glitch them into the hole.
Right. Over, baby. Okay, so we're gonna use Wikipedia as our decider on this because I've looked this up before. Albatross. I think it's a hole in one on a par five.
I'm gonna go with just double eagle.
An albatross, also known as a double eagle. Apologies.
The odds are estimated to be 6 million to 1.
For a double eagle.
Yeah.
Albatross, hold on, wiki. It's also known as a double eagle. 6 million to 1. Jeff Maggart is the only player to have recorded multiple albatrosses in major championships. Hold on. Albatross golf. Oh, a hole in one and a par four. Okay, a hole. I still got. Hold on. A hole in one. A hole score of 3 strokes fewer than a par three under par no, was not as albatross being also called a double eagle or 2 strokes. Um, a condor. A condor is the unofficial name for a hole score of 4 strokes fewer than par. Yeah.
Should be possible.
So, there are some courses like this has always been kind of a joke. Um, I don't think it's that funny of a joke, but what is it? You go to a guy who plays golf a lot, and you tell his wife, "I bet your wife can hit the ball a mile," and the guy will be like, "No, my wife's never played golf before." And you say, "No, I bet she can hit the ball 1 mile," and he'll be like, "Look, she's never played before, and the longest drive I've ever had is 295 yards. I don't know what you're talking about. She can't hit the ball a mile." And you say, "I will bet you a round of golf that your wife can hit the ball a mile." He'll say, "Okay, I'll bet you a round of golf or whatever." And you take her to the Grand Canyon, and you ever hit the ball off the side, and it will travel a mile vertically, and then she wins the bet because it's 1 mile from the top of the Grand Canyon to the bottom.
So you just need a Grand Canyon nearby.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you bet somebody something, but that's always been like an old joke. I I was playing this course with a friend. Oh, you were saying?
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because my friend is driving back from Pennsylvania to California Colorado. And, oh yeah, we're gonna just stay in Colorado, but then because he had some crazy gun charge or whatever, he can rent in Colorado, even though he literally didn't do anything, and someone stole his gun. Um, so he can rent in Colorado. So like I'm driving his sister in Colorado. Like,
Couldn't rent what?
you should stop like a place to live.
Oh, okay.
So his sister in Colorado was like, yo, on your way back to California, you should stop by the Grand Canyon. It's only like a 4 hour detour each way. Then, I don't know. I was talking about the Grand Canyon. I'm like, damn, that'd be a sick place to take a fucking tee off over there. I don't know if people have done that before, but it's probably frowned upon and or illegal. But
Yeah, it's definitely illegal.
still would be fun.
It's considering later in international.
Is that criminal offense?
Yeah. As I previously told you, I used to just get off of elevated cliffs into the ocean. And I don't think any of my balls actually made it to the ocean. They very well could have, they very well might not have. Um, okay, so you were saying, how could you get a hole in one on a par five or a par six or whatever? Dog legs are the way to do it. So you could have a hole that basically doubles back, and if you can hit it over the trees, then it's possible. And some guy in California hit a hole in one on a par six, theoretically called an ostrich, but it's never been reported in. So
And then where to even go from there?
yeah,
Is there a bird larger than an ostrich?
by weight, no. Second
That's
biggest
crazy.
is
Oh
India.
wait, I thought there was there's like some crazy cursed like dinosaur bird that I've seen photos of on like a Congo or whatever. I feel like Joe Rogan may have mentioned it.
You mean
Yeah, I'm talking about.
the biggest bird of all time? Yeah, it's got these weird like arms.
It looks like a haunted pelican or something.
Yeah. Okay, so I was playing with it. I used to play. I used to play a lot of junior golf, and this was like in the mid '90s. Times were good. You could, um, my friend and I would play in a league, and after the league was done, we would go into the clubhouse, just a small clubhouse, and like watch like TV, and then um, we would go play another round, and we would only play like 9 holes in the first round, and maybe like but sometimes we would play like I don't know, 27 or 36 holes in a day. It's like till the point like we get like really bad calluses and stuff. Anyway, I'm playing with my friend, and he approaches the fourth hole of this course, I want to say, and we had some adults ahead of us, but they weren't like they were like how would I describe it? They weren't like super. This was like a municipal course kind of a thing. And they weren't like this wasn't like a country club. So we play country clubs. This was not one of the times, and we we see these guys, and I don't know necessarily if they were like I don't know 4 of them, and maybe we were like 10 or 11, and they were like in their early 20s, and there's this hole that basically is flat for the first 100 yards, and then it goes downhill pretty drastically, and then the hole is maybe 50 yards down, and it's like 150 yard par three, but it's like all downhill after a certain point. But to the point where if you hit the ball, uh, you can't see the green from the tee. It just dips down. And I hit the ball wherever. My friend hits the ball, and uh, what we didn't recognize was that the people who were ahead of us were still on the green, and I saw my friend's ball veering a little bit to the right, and then um, and then like the guys to be able to tell us that we could hit, they start like waving the flag or something. It's something like that. Like so, if you took the flag out of the pin and waved it, you could see just the very top of it from the tee, and you know that you could go. So anyway, my friend and I are going. I hit my ball, and it approaches the green or whatever, and we're looking for my friend's ball, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we can't find the flipping ball. And I go to look in the hole, and I see it's his ball, and I'm like, no way, dude. Were you playing like a Titleist or whatever? He's like, yeah, Titleist 3 or something like that. I'm like, your ball is in the hole. And he's like, I hit a hole in one. I hit a hole in one. And he's going super happy. He's like flipping out. And I saw this guy's ball off the tee, and I saw it was heading to the right. It was not heading toward the hole. It was it was basically heading to where right where you would be walking as you walk off the hole. And I think these guys who were like in their 20s were like, hey, let's make these kids behind us really, really happy. And let's put the ball in the hole. And so my friend's running all around. I'm like, dude, you did not hit a hole in one. He's like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I'm like, well, even if you did, you need three witnesses for it to be like legitimate with like uh to be like published. Or maybe it was two witnesses or something. And I'm like, I mean, I'll be one witness, but I saw this ball heading not in the right direction. So he goes and runs to the people ahead of us, and he's like, "Did you see I hit a hole in one? Did you see I hit a hole in one?" And they're like, "We don't know what you're talking about." And he's like, "Yeah, you guys like waved the flag or whatever," and they're like, "Uh, okay." They're like, "Whatever," and he's like, "Well, will you sign my scorecard?" And they're just being like 20-year-old guys. They're like, "Sure, we'll sign your scorecard." So my friend got his name in the paper, and the bank bought him he got $100 from the bank. And to this day, Riser, I still don't think he hit a hole in one. And I remember watching this and being like, this ball went to the right. Like, and it was a small green. It's not like he could hit the green and roll in. There was none of that. And so that was always a the so this was popular from like the early 1900s until about the year 2000 or so. That bank would because they wanted good golfers as members of their bank or customers of their bank, they would give $100 to anyone who made a hole in one. Whether like some of them would be, I don't know, like it might be Orange County Credit Union might do it, or the um, I don't know, like I don't think like J.P. Morgan Chase did it, but like smaller, more community banks would do this because it was a great way. It was like free advertising for them. It was $100, and then you it would be like in the OC register on this one page, or like a like this one just in Orange County. Well, see, here's the thing, and I really mean this. People used to have integrity, and they would not do that. And that's why you needed multiple witnesses or whatever. And people, you used to have integrity. I mean, yeah, what you're saying is absolutely correct. People would do that now, but people would not do that as much then. And so
Really? But anyone, no one in society would allow like that person here.
it wasn't like a. I'm not saying that it wasn't done, but it wasn't done enough to be like a scam. Today, you'd get people who would hit 9 hole-in-ones in a round and have people sign off on it. But it was not that way. It was like your name was going to have to be on this scorecard. It was going to be publicized. It was a big deal. And, golf is a gentleman's game. And you have to play the ball as it lies and, rubber the green and all of that stuff that they teach you. And it was just not something that people would do. People had integrity. Now, that changed around 9/11. That was a big thing. There have been certain waves of this. We've talked about it previously about people, the hitchhiking thing, and when that stopped being popular, of people having integrity and accountability and stuff. But at least in the 90s, this was still done, and it wasn't like a scam. You couldn't hit multiple holes in ones. Like you might be able to take advantage of this once a year, but it was $100, which is a lot of money then to 2 10-year-olds or whatever. But it wasn't like huge amount. But anyway, to this day, I don't think he hit a hole in one, and he, for the life of him, thinks he did. He did, and I really think I saw where this guy's ball was going, and he hit into them. He hit it. He hit the ball right where they would have been walking, and I could see them being a bunch of 20-year-old guys, like, hey, let's make these two kids shit behind us and make them think they hit a hole in one. And then when they ask about it, just play it off like nothing happened. That's exactly what I think happened. But to this, so uh, have I ever seen a hole in one? You didn't ask this question, but I have not with my own eyes. Now, here's another one that's interesting to me. And I normally don't play golf. Well, I'll hit balls by myself, but I wouldn't normally play golf by myself. But one time I did, and I was coming up on like the ninth hole of this course, and it's a par four, but it's a short par four, and I spanked this ball. I hit like the best drive like I had hit my life then. And it's another hole that has a blind green. It just goes downwardly, and you can't really see where the green is. And I thought I hit this ball so well that it that I hit it over the hole into the putting green and like into the like near the clubhouse. And I was looking for this ball and looking for this ball and looking for this ball, and I could not find it. And again, I was by myself, so I didn't have anybody else's eyes on it. And Riser, I never thought to look in the hole, and I didn't. But the people behind me found a ball in the hole, and I don't remember what ball I was using. And it's one of those things that's kind of always stuck with me. Like I might have had a hole in one on a par four, and I didn't know it because I just didn't know exactly where this ball had gone, and I didn't of all the places it's going to be. Like I'm never thinking it's going to be in the hole, but it was straight um right over the green, and so I've never
What
had.
what did I try to do something not to solve? That would never happen.
I know, I know it doesn't.
So yeah, it's probably
I know, but it's like I didn't have any witnesses to this, and it was like a rare time when I was playing golf by myself, which I very rarely do. I usually play with other people. But I wouldn't have had anybody to sign off on it. That would have been even if it did go in, I didn't have any witnesses to it. So, like, what am I gonna do? Um,
oh, with $100.
I could care less about that. Just having somebody say like, yeah, he did hit a hole in one, and yeah, I
One of them came on live with that.
well, I agree, but I just felt like it was like I don't know, like maybe it was my ball, maybe it wasn't. It was the last hole of the course. Maybe people just left it in there or whatever. But and the thing is, I just don't necessarily remember what ball I was playing. I just pulled something out of my pocket, and it might have been a ball I was playing, but I didn't have the money to like the way we would do it. I think that's how most kids are. You might go to the course with like your balls, and they might be new balls, but then you're gonna find balls, and you end up playing with those balls. And unless you're playing with someone directly, you don't really necessarily always keep track of what ball you have if you have like a bunch of balls. I today, if I'm playing, I know what balls I play. I buy new balls. I'll buy the balls at the at the at the pro shop. But I got to the point though with my vision, I couldn't play with white balls. I had to play with yellow or orange balls, which is kind of embarrassing. But I could not find, especially like if my ball.
I like the pink ball, the smaller stuff. Good. It's
I
like the green,
I'd play that too.
neon pink
I'd play
balls.
that. I'd play those two. Any kind of neon balls. What I'm saying. Because
So you like the giant pink mouth, the pink golf balls.
that's right.
Also,
And I had a giant pink driver like Bubba Watson, and I just yeah would would do that. I played in this golf league once where my vision was really starting to fail, and I'm not. I don't say it like I'm blind, but to the point where I could not see where the ball was going. And I bought this driver on like Alibaba or something, and it was supposed to be the biggest driver, the biggest headed driver you could buy. And I also bought, I had like new Titleist um, irons, and um, I bought like a bunch of like a bunch of pitching wedges and stuff. And I knew I had, I think you can have 14 clubs in your bag, something like that. And I knew I had like 15 clubs. And I'm like, I'm gonna play with 15 clubs, and I want to see if anybody fucking calls me. And wouldn't you know it, I was playing in this league, and this guy's like, "You have 15 clubs," and I went, "You really counted how many clubs I have? Like, you're that much of a dick that you counted how many clubs I had?" And I was like, it was like a trap. It was like a it was like a trap I was setting for someone. And I'm like, "Yeah, I got this new driver." A trap I was setting for someone. Like I want somebody to call me out on this. I had just gotten this new driver, and I threw it in my bag because I wanted to try it. And he was like, "I've never seen a driver." He's like, "Yeah, I've never seen a driver that big." And um, he's like, "Is that regulation?" I'm like, "Dude, this is just like a company league. Um, it's not like it's not like the PGA Tour." And I knew in my head it is not regulation. That's why I fucking bought this thing, because I think the biggest head you can have is something like 330 square centimeters or something like that, and this thing was like 450. It was like a little bit like a good deal over, and I'm like, okay, so do you want me to? So if you have one club, uh, if you have too many clubs, it's a two-stroke penalty for however many until it's discovered. And it was like we were on like hole four or something. I'm like, do you want me to take an eight stroke turn? We he found it on like the fourth tee or something, and I'm like, do you want me to take a two-shot penalty for each? But I'm not saying it was right in my mind to do, but I was really like, I wonder if somebody's gonna call me out on it. And he's like, no, I was just curious why you had so many clubs, and I'm like, yeah, like I found it really interesting. Nobody counts other guys' clubs, or like generally, it's seen as a gentleman's game, and I'd gotten this new club, and I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. Yeah, I think so too. There's another thing. I don't know.
Also, like 14 to 15 is I was like 14 is like such a large number of weekends.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
you really have to be counting.
I think you should be able to have 15. Like because it makes the game more
Well,
fun.
then they're gonna push for 16.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I would say 20 is fine. It's more money for the club manufacturers, so they'll be okay with it. You get pushback from the PGA Tour and stuff, but it's not like your bag can't hold it. Um, your bag could probably hold 30 clubs if you most bags, and like a tour bag could hold a lot of clubs too. I was always trying to find like gadget clubs, like things to give me the advantage.
Loopholes.
Loopholes, exactly. Um, oh, I
Aren't there like gloves where like the club head and like the shaft are basically on like a hinge, so like rips and like snaps and shit.
I've seen that, but those are more trainers, I thought.
I thought they like hit the ball.
I thought they were trainers. Um, do you know what the best swing is in golf though?
The happy gun.
It is not. Like,
We're in the best swing. How do you take the swings away? What are the options? How that's like
okay, there's like baseball swing. There's your traditional like Rory McIlroy swing. There's um, Happy Gilmore swing. There's keeping your arm straight swing. There's pendulum swing. There's um, just rip it and rip it. Of all of them, I really mean this. The best swing, I think, is a combination of keeping your left arm completely straight and the granny swing. And the reason why I say that, if you ever look at like uh, the guys who play on the tour, fairways and regulation is like a really important statistic. And yeah, these guys are like whipping it like 380 yards or whatever, and that's really great. But under most conditions, you don't have to hit the ball that far, uh, like non PGA Tour, non major conditions. And a 200-yard granny swing with a 180-yard three wood, if you can do it accurately, will get you on the green in two just about every time. The thing of what I'm saying is you want to sacrifice accuracy for time, and then to one putt or two putt from there. Um, that means you don't have to have a really good short game. You just have to have. What I'm saying is, if you can get really accurate with your drives and your long irons and long woods, or and short woods, I guess, um, you don't really need that good of a short game. Now, not that's great in strategy, but you're always going to have it where the ball um, falls off the, like skips across the green or something like that. So you will need a short game. But what I'm saying is, if you can get it to be like you can get every fairway in regulation without an issue, like that's easy for you. You always hit the ball straight, but it's only 200 yards every time, and then you're able to hit a three wood, like let's say 180 yards. Well, actually, I should say you should be able to hit the driver longer than maybe 220, 240. But I'm saying sacrifice 240 for the fairway versus 310 and the rough, because that's when you're going to run into underneath the trees and cart paths and all that other stuff. And um, I think that
what's a granny swing? I have no idea what a granny is.
yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so the reason why I call it that is because I used to see a lot of grannies in leagues use this swing, where you keep your left arm like perfectly like a pendulum, and you don't bend it. And like, can you see my screen? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you basically keep both arms really sweet, really straight, and you don't worry about a really fast backswing. Like you can hold your backswing like this, and you could talk in someone's backswing, it wouldn't matter. And then you just hit the ball like that. It's like all about your downward force. So what I'm saying is most golf swings are like this. You don't do that multiple motion. It's that, and you just wait, and then just follow through. But you could wait 10 seconds if you wanted to. The only thing that matters,
That's weird. The waiting at the top was getting
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is that you don't gain anything by going back quickly. The only thing that matters is accuracy of the ball hitting the club, and thus you want to make it as consistent as possible of that motion. Now, it's almost like in bowling, the granny bowling is the most accurate way to bowl as well, but nobody does it because it looks stupid. Another thing is the granny free throw shot. You know when they like a granny, like I call it granny, but like you take the underhand. Exactly. Exactly. That's the most accurate way to do it. But nobody wants to do it because it's considered a mastery, which is interesting. It's like, um, I think there was some kind of somebody did this in the NBA, and they were able to somewhat significantly improve their shooting. Granny shot NBA improved. Somebody was a bad so Rick Barry perfected the technique, shooting with a career 89.3 from the line, which is incredibly high. Incredibly high. So, um, but perhaps the greatest basketball player of all time, Wilt Chamberlain, he was so good, Riser, from a standstill, he could dunk from the free throw line. He did not need a running start. So he could just, the free throw line, he was a 7-foot man, and he could just take a really big jump and dunk for his free throw. So they had to make that illegal, or else he would score every time. And he was able to improve his absolutely, yeah. And
I thought Michael Jordan would take like a running start.
he would, but
That was considered amazing.
but Wilt Chamberlain was 6 inches taller than Michael Jordan. Yeah. So, dude, if you don't believe it, then why did they change the rule because of him? It's in the books why they changed the rule because of him. Wilt Chamberlain rule change dunking from free throw line. So Wilt Chamberlain's ability to dunk free throws directly caused the NCAA and NBA to implement rules prohibiting shooters from crossing the. What did you say?
No. Yeah. Oh, we're good.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently before he never got the chance to do it from just a standstill because the NCAA they witnessed him do it with taking three steps and they banned it, and then the NBA banned it because he was going to use it in the playoffs. So, so what they said.
Oh, like to shoot a free throw, he was just dunking.
Exactly. He's a very big man. He scored 100.
Allowed? Well, no, I guess Iowa there wasn't a rule.
Exactly. They saw him as a freshman in college attempt it, and they were like, we can't let somebody do this. So they quickly instituted a rule. Riser, guess how many points this man had in one NBA game?
Wasn't he on the San Antonio team?
No. Wilt Chamberlain was in the 1950s and 60s and 70s.
And one NBA game on
He had 100 points in a game. The only guy to do.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, there is an issue though. It's not on video, but there were people there who witnessed. So he was like pretty early, and the NBA did not always videotape their games. But yeah, now, dude, this guy was so good, Riser. Um, I'm just gonna give you a quick breakdown. So for anybody who ever tells you Kobe's the best, Shaq's the best, Michael Jordan's the best, you should know this conversation in the back of your mind. None of those guys are the best. Wilt Chamberlain's the best. Yo, dog, can you please give
Yeah,
me
it's like an
Wilt
NHL
Chamberlain
player scoring 15 goals.
statistics and rules that he changed that are like statistics that are considered unbreakable? Dude, get this. The average an NBA game is 48 minutes. And one season, Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.1 minutes per season. He played every second of every game, and then they had one game or two that went into overtime. Like LeBron takes a break 3 minutes into every game. Like it's just unheard of. So his unbreakable records. He had 100 points in an NBA game. Scored 100 points March 2nd, 1962. The next highest NBA game is 81 points by Kobe Bryant. No player has seriously threatened 100 in decades. 50.4 points per game for an entire season. He averaged over 50 points across a full season. Modern scoring leaders are usually in the 30 to 37 point range. 48.5 minutes per game in a season. NBA game lasts 48 minutes. He averaged more than 48 because he played nearly every minute and overtime period. He missed only 8 minutes all season. He had 55 rebounds in a single game. The modern NBA rebounding environment makes this extremely difficult. He had 27.2 rebounds per game for a season. Modern leaders are often around 12 to 15 rebounds a game. So he had double that.
What did they change the rebound rules to?
He invented the block. So before they didn't count blocks, he invented it. And then also before you couldn't have there's you they didn't have offensive goaltending. So basically you used to be able to just tell your friend, hey, throw the ball up to the hoop and I'll just jump up and get it and like slam dunk it. And they changed
Isn't that like an alley-oop?
so they changed it. Uh, they would basically say, well, yeah, it is. I misspoke. Before, what they would say is this: take a shot at the hoop, and I'll jump up and try to get it if it doesn't go in. You or if I see that it's not going to go in. Let me get the clarification of that. That's a good point. What's the difference between an alley oop and offensive goaltending? So what's the difference between an alley oop and offensive goaltending? And isn't it a slight differentiation? The core difference lies in the intent and classification of the ball. An alley-oop is a legal pass where the offensive player catches and dunks the ball before it touches the rim, whereas offensive goaltending or basket interference is a violation that occurs when the offensive player touches the ball while it is above the cylinder, the imaginary ring extending upward from the rim, and has a reasonable chance to score. So is it really that clear? No. Um, While referees often allow alley-oops that technically meet the criteria for goaltending to preserve the flow of the game, the rules state there is no difference in the violation itself. If the ball is descending and has a chance to go in, touching it is illegal, regardless of whether it was thrown as a pass or a shot. So it's very close. But they didn't have something called offensive goaltending before him. So he had can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? Yo, Riser.
Yeah, so if the ball is going down, then you can touch it.
Exactly. but not before him. He
But that's
not before he changed the rule.
what's is there a difference there between that and alley or they're the same thing?
Oh,
But the refs, it's like weird. It's like it's a violation, but the refs don't call it a violation.
that's exactly right. Yeah, one of them is, are you passing the ball to the guy? The other is, are you trying to make this as a shot and your teammate sees that it's going to bounce out or something and then puts it back in? But it's very close.
Okay.
So he had 7 straight scoring titles, meaning nobody in the league scored more points than him in 7 straight years. He had 11 rebounding titles. He averaged 22.9 rebounds for his entire career. He scored 4,000 points in a season. He had 45 consecutive games with at least 30 points. He recorded 65 points or more 15 times. He played every minute of every game for nearly an entire season. So here are the rules that were changed because of him. One of my favorite is he used to score on the inbound. Okay, so imagine like you play basketball. You know when you inbound the ball underneath the hoop?
I don't know what inbounding is.
Okay, so do you know where the hoop is? Imagine there is someone who has passing the ball into the onto the court from out of bounds. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy used to just jump from out of bounds and dunk the ball from underneath the rim. And they were like, you can't do that.
Is there any footage of that?
So that's the thing with him. His stuff is normally like um a few things. He wasn't very much liked because he would have sex with white women, and people didn't like that. Uh, and so there's no footage of him. Well, basically, he was kind of seen as the bad boy in basketball, and a lot of his early games were not taped. And then once, then his later games were taped, but it was after they already changed the rule. So he was so dominant, the NBA modified or emphasized several rules. Lane widening. The free throw lane was widened from 12 feet to 16 feet to make it harder for him to camp near the basket. Basically, before he used to just sit underneath the basket and wait for the rebound and then just put it back up. Offensive goaltending. Rules regarding touching the ball around the rim were strengthened because of players such as Will. Free throw rule. Wilt would essentially take a running start before shooting free throws and dunk the ball. The NBA prohibited crossing the free throw line before the ball reached the rim. Inbounding after made baskets. Some rules were adjusted to limit giant players from immediately scoring near the basket after an inbounds play. Perhaps the craziest statistic. In the 1961-1962 season, he averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, and 48.5 minutes per game. No player in major American professional sports has ever had a season that far ahead of the rest of the league statistically. Many basketball historians consider Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and 50.4-point season to be among the most untouchable records in all of sports, alongside achievements such as Joe DiMaggio's 56 game hitting streak and Wayne Gretzky's career NHL scoring record. Like, what people.
It seems like he was getting the record of like the Scrabble equivalent of getting like having the Q, the X, the J, the Z, and then Scrabble just got rid of the letter.
That's
Now it's like no one can do that.
That's exactly right. So when people are like, "Oh, Michael Jordan's the best," it's like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain played different sports. The lane changed, offensive pass, offensive like they had to change all the rules because of Wilt Chamberlain, not because of Michael Jordan. And and he also
Nobody likes him as much as Michael Jordan.
well, so the big statistic, more than all of the things that I just said, that's not the statistic for which Wilt Chamberlain is considered most famous. Do you know what the statistic is for which Wilt Chamberlain is most famous?
Playing like pitches.
20,000.
Yeah, I heard a mention of this like a couple of days ago on a podcast.
Yeah, but let me clarify.
It was like some meme about how some guy was trying to contact her.
Yeah, let me clarify that. And so that's if you do it out, it's like two women per day for like 50 years or something. Here's the thing though, and I would speak up on behalf of Wilt Chamberlain because of he called them encounters. And what does that mean? He would say that I think in his book, he said, I had 20,000 encounters with them, something like that. Well, what counts as an encounter? Meeting a Starbucks barista, does that count as an encounter? Perhaps. I mean, depends how you define encounter. And he did not want to be known for that number. He was. He eventually had this beautiful house in Bel Air. He called it uh, Urus Maximus or Urus. Oh, it means giant bear in Greek, I think. Um, and he had like everything in his house was like fur and Urus Major. He called it Urus Major, which is Latin for large bear. Or, um, I could be wrong on that. No, it is Urus Major is large bear. I know that. Uh, Ursa Major. Apologies. It's Latin for great bear, and um, it was the name of his house. And like basically, he was like you know how we watched the OJ thing, and OJ had that quote, "I'm not black, I'm OJ." Well, Will Chamberlain was OJ before OJ. Base exactly. Now, I'm gonna look up Muhammad Ali, the champ here, because I think it's from the Rumble in the Jungle. The champ is here. Oh, the champ is here. Um, it is. It was before Muhammad Ali was going to fight George Foreman. The champ is here was an iconic declaration associated with boxing legend Muhammad Ali. It serves as both a literal announcement of his presence and a metaphorical statement of his dominance, confidence, and status as the greatest athlete of his generation. The phrase encapsulates Ali's persona as the people's champion, representing not just the boxing prowess, but his cultural impact, poetic, articulate freedom, and stance on freedom on civil rights. The most famous instance of the chant occurred in 1974, leading up to the Rumble in the Jungle against George Foreman. In a legendary scene, Ali interrupted Foreman's training session in Zaire, jumping into the ring and chanting, "The champ is here," to psychologically unsettle his opponent. This moment highlighted Ali's strategy of using psychological warfare and showmanship alongside his physical skills. And that's what I do to you in literati. I use psychological warfare and showmanship alongside my mental skill. Uh,
Alongside getting a few XJ Colin Z on
are you ready to play? Are you ready to play again?
you don't have the balls to start like
Doug, folks,
you don't have the balls.
this motherfucker wants three in a row.
I like how you like yeah man.
I agree with you.
London.
Yeah.
We have a
You want a definition?
yeah. Yes, please. I'd like to know the definition.
Uh, I think in some Christian churches, like a period of time around like Ash Wednesday or something till their celebration of Easter or like around Lent.
Yeah, that is correct.
And so uh, oh, can I have that back? I can't believe it didn't.
The Foreman Grill named after George Foreman.
Yeah, he was their spokesperson, which made him the most wealthy athlete of like the early 2000s.
Why didn't they go Muhammad Ali?
He didn't want to do it. By that time, Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's disease really badly and couldn't speak, but George Foreman was like still able to speak. But somebody turned that down. I forget who, and it cost them like huge amounts of money.
No, I don't want to join your stupid barbecue. Was it a big barbecue brand before that?
No, nobody had ever heard of it. No, absolutely not. And it became like
Okay.
it made George Foreman like $140 million a year.
Why do you think they went with the boxer for their grill name?
They wanted a spokesperson, and the uh, trademark of it or the tagline was knock the it knocks out the fat. Like basically, this was a grill that had a little tray, and you could see the fat of your burgers like dropping down into it, and it was really good. I never had one. I don't know anybody who had one, but I would see it on TV that it was like a tabletop grill, and if you had an apartment or a small kitchen and you wanted to grill and you couldn't grill outside, it was a way to grill.
I got you. I got you.
But it back in the day, you'd see the list of like the highest grossing athletes of the year, and George Foreman was always number one. Michael Jordan was two. Tiger Woods was three. All right, so we're gonna formalize the golf birds now. So one under is birdie, two under is eagle, three under is albatross, four under is condor, five under is ostrich.
Big Thunder
You can't get super.
what if it's a par six regulation, but it's a junior or a woman that's playing it. We got the hole in one on a par six.
Pterodactyl.
Okay, yeah. I think it would be interesting if there was like both that were like 2,000 yards long.
I do too, but I don't think we'll see it because courses are not getting that long anymore because real estate is so expensive. Though there is a really interesting tax loophole that happened, which is why the tax loophole in the United States at least is something like normally there are property taxes, but golf courses are exempt because of some fishiness that country clubs had influence on in like the 1970s.
They're like cemeteries.
I forget about it. Jane, Enorm,
Thank you, Enorm.
dude, that's some bullshit. I'm not happy. I feel.
No, I don't know how that works on those freaking points. What did you hit? Like a bonus thing?
Yeah, it was a two words for word. Raj? Oh, did I tell you that?
I tell you, Enorm.
Dude, that's not, I know what that is. That's not a fucking word. You're not gonna get pissed off over that?
The 54th final.
I don't know why SH is considered a word.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Um,
This motherfucker got the Z, got the Q, and it's still down more than 40. It's incredible to me how that happened. And they have one blank. Like sometimes you just get everything, not you, but just in general. You have the J, and you've used the J twice, and it's still like not that great because the other person just has some really good plays.
man, I feel like I misplayed this.
Zori? What the fuck is that?
You should take you could use your ass to add squid, like squid. Story, a type of flat, long Japanese sandal made of materials like straw, cloth, leather, or rubber.
Rubble? Did you say rubble?
I meant rubber.
How many things are left?
Six.
I might need. A word that I think should be in here that I don't think it is pride. Another one is emo, and another one is what's the Z? Z or something. Zen. Like shadow. E. Oh, you put a big word, dude. Pride? That was good.
There was cameo Halloween,
Oh,
lives, or whatever.
how many things are left? Folks, that's 3 straight. You're keeping track at
How
home.
many S's?
The king's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. The champ's here. This motherfucker is complaining about S's and Y's when he got the Z. He got the J. He got the Q. Folks, you want me to? Who had the Z that game? Riser. Who had the Z that game? I'll wait. Dude, I got single blank. That's not anything about which to complain. Just we'll go through this. I'll just ask you the question very simply. Who had the Q that game?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is you. Who had the Z that game?
I cannot attest to.
The answer is you. Who had the J that game?
I don't think I can attest.
The answer is you. Who had the Z that game? The Q that game?
Every single S on the board.
Did I? Because I don't think so.
I didn't get a single S.
You used your blank for an S.
Yeah, I kind of have to.
You didn't have to. That's what I want to hear. All right, hold on. I gotta take over. Hold on, son. The champ is here. The champ is here. Oh, look who the fuck it is. What did you do? Have to slaughter a kangaroo for your dog?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Do you drink when you're in anesthesia? I'm looking at like some saying don't, some say do, some say don't. So I drink for anesthesia.
The anesthesia under which I've been, I don't recall.
Sorry?
The anesthesia under which I've been, I don't recall dreaming, but I'm sure some people do. I mean, wouldn't like a near-death experience be the definition of dreaming under anesthesia?
No, every time I've gone on there, it's like just you just like wake up and get smacked in the face by a doctor.
I had a drink. Last time I had my tonsils out, I had the gas. I had a drink.
Zoot, guess how many games of Literati I've won in a row? I'll wait.
5?
3.
Okay.
Are you ready to play mini golf? And then Riser and I are going to play Literati.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
What do you mean, sure? Didn't you have a chance? You have a chance.
You have a chance?
Zoot, what's the name of this hole? Dude, what is the name of this hole? Riser, are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you just gonna J your?
This is the founder.
It's the S hole, dog. Everybody knows that. Nobody makes a 5 like that. Garbage.
And no one makes an S like that. Analog fives on clock. Actually, look up that.
Not analog, digital. Like, yeah, digital. Not analog. I know what you're saying, but that's digital. Yo, dog, what are we waiting on, dude?
Dude, this is dog shit. This is Android shit.
Zoo, is his thing moving?
All the time,
How the fuck does he get to stop time? Dude, you're like paying off the president of Plato. What a dumbass fucking shot.
Oh my god.
Your hatred of me is the reason why you will not be successful at this game.
I hope you have
Folks, do you hear the collusion?
yeah.
Do you all hear the collusion?
Well, I can get it in. Go.
Straight in. Straight in.
Collusion. Collusion. Riser colluded. The exact words. You'll never hear from me. I'll help you. And then you said, "Don't worry, Zoo. I will help you." That's an exact quote, son. Dude, come on, man. Dude's using this fucking time machine to pause time. Riser, is his time moving?
Why does the game
Dude, are you there?
data report this activity?
Where did his ball go?
What's up?
Did you shoot it?
Everything's a sacred home.
Okay, why didn't you shoot it, Zoo?
Because I was trying to get back into the voice chat. I was in the voice chat. What had on?
You were checking your messages,
You're messaging Chelsea.
telling that bitch she's a bitch.
Come on, honestly, right on. I'm more interested in Josie.
No, he's not. He was at one point, but she ignored him.
No. I told you I should play. You let 8 years younger than me for one.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Come on, Zoo, make this.
Secret hole, dude, where's the tree? The tree is actually Oh no. No. No.
Why doesn't Zoot shoot it at the hole? Like it's too far to the right. Okay. I mean, you made it, but that's not always a good thing. You just did, son.
Why is it real bad? Do I get the one back? No, no. Why is it? Why is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That fire
Like, I feel like the fourth
Oh,
one or the
fuck.
fifth one.
Water bump him, Zoot. No.
the double of that. You let the double of that.
I don't know, it's like the one over there, there was like three like competitions. I don't know.
That's the double of that.
And yeah, maybe that one.
Riser, why did you have such a shitty shot?
The zoo is asking like distracting questions.
What a great shot. That was goofy as fuck, Riser.
I
Stop
don't
it.
know if I
Is this the hole that has the biggest? Is this the hole that? Is this the hole that has the biggest sand trap on it?
straight in front of the back.
Well, just does this hole have the most sand on it? Is the first question I should have. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Are you serious?
Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot? Riser, did you like my shot?
No.
It's over, babies. I think that the Inuit people and the Yupik people would be proud of the way that I played on this one. What's up, Zoo?
What's the best high
I'm the wrong person to ask about that stuff. Um, I haven't seen them all, so I'm the wrong person. I think I've only watched like 1/3 of it. Maybe I watched them all on the stream, but I didn't pay attention. So I think I watched. I guess I would say the first one's my favorite because But that's where they get like.
you're one number one.
No, that would be the last one. What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? Riser,
Dude, is it? I don't know if it's
dude, water bumping.
alright. Ice bump, you mean? Or I guess
Not ice bump. That's not a thing. You want to make that up as a term?
I think it's an ice bump.
Oh, what a shot! Make it, make it, make it. This would be the ultimate. Oh, what a beautiful shot! That was a phenomenal shot. Phenomenal. Riser, did you see how good that shot was? Riser, did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah, it was good. Wasn't as good as my shot.
This bitch is over, folks.
I hit the. Not the first two. Not the first two. One of a rare two.
Albatross.
I mean, no, it's 400. It was a condo.
Did you know OJ yesterday?
Did you know no one cared? Just kidding. Were you playing with random players? Rabbi, did you really go
The cards were rigged, and everybody knows it. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody and just held all his bullets to the end when nobody could basically call bullshit on it.
Yeah, that's how you play the game.
I know, that's how I played it too. Yeah, why did I lose? I called bullshit on somebody who I had to call bullshit on them or something. Or and I got like 38 cards and I was kind of messed it all after that. Hey, it's Chelsea. I want you to know that I'm still a huge bitch for banning Rabbi, and I'm gonna fail in radio because it's a dying medium. And Rabbi's gonna call into my show tomorrow night and tell me that I'm a huge bitch in front of all of South Australia because I banned him on Instagram. Yo, so come on, dog. I don't give a flying fuck. How is it that he's able to pause the game? Is your yellow thing moving on him? Now there's no way you're gonna hit the shot. I don't even know why you're trying. Do you think he just quit?
His Wi-Fi disconnected.
No, he just fenced it. He's done.
His Wi-Fi is so bad.
It's better than a lot of people.
So you reload and like
No, fuck no. We're playing Scrabble.
I'm going to go to sleep.
No. You already said that you were gonna play.
I didn't say that.
You're full of shit, dog. You already said I'm gonna play. I've beaten you 3 times in a row.
Okay, leave the game. Karen, come here, trying to sleep. It's 2 a.m.
No, fuck that. Fuck Carom, dog. We're playing. We're playing.
Just with the tea.
No, no. Look. I don't give a fuck. Okay. All I want you to know.
Alright, I'm just gonna sleep now.
No, don't do that. Just play. Play the rest. Oh, your opponent resigned. What is this bullshit? What are we doing, Riser?
Karen game.
Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row at Literati.
I truly don't know.
Okay, do you know what it is to lose a game? Do you know what it is to lose 3 games? Because you've done it.
I don't believe that.
Hey, I'm not telling you what you have to believe. I'm stating facts, dog. Oh, what a bullshit shot. You don't have any really easy shots. I don't think that's an easy shot. That's iCarly. That's iCarly physics. I'm telling you right now, that's iCarly physics. And you didn't even know iCarly physics were a thing. You knew that iCarly logic was a thing because that's what you used many times in literati, but you didn't know iCarly physics were a thing. Do you know that iCarly physics are a thing now?
6 and 1 and 4. They're probably gonna sink your.
Yeah, because of iCarly physics, dog. There's nothing that I can do about it. I play under Newtonian physics, and you play under iCarly physics. iCarly physics, dog. Lucy Snorbush knows this is iCarly physics. That was devastatingly bad, dog.
Yeah, knock mine in. Just knock mine in. Thank you.
Good, I didn't even.
Just knock. While you're at it, just knock mine in.
Stop, 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 stop.
You have like 6 of the easiest shots in the history of this weird Turkish shuffleboard game.
That's it, you won. I'm letting you win. I'm giving you this win. Why would you do that? One of the wildest things I've ever seen. Maybe the most wild thing I've ever seen in the history of the game. What is going on here?
It was like playing.
What is going on here, dog?
You have the easiest. You have the easiest. Oh my lord, wow. That was a terrible play. That was an embarrassing bad. I don't know if you can. Oh, you're a Karen.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Go, baby.
Stop.
Garbage. You have a tough shot here.
Oh, oh no. It's over. It's over.
That's not good.
Oh yeah, that one.
Devastating.
Oh no. No, you fucked up.
Dude, look where mine is. It's in the backwall. You didn't even know what backwall means until I taught it to you.
Oh, what a sketch.
But that
It
sucks.
doesn't. Ah, are you serious?
That did nothing for you.
Oh, I got the skill. Being able to shoot it out. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh,
Fuck this game. He missed.
no.
He missed. He put it in a really difficult spot though.
No.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh.
Stay right there.
Oh God, I don't know. Because you're stupid camera. Okay. Stay. Too hard.
That was terrible.
Too hard. I've never tried that before.
Stop, 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 stop.
That was perfect. Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh no. 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 Oh, I'm so mad. Okay, thank what is that? Oh, you were just trying to. Actual Karen players. Holy shit, yeah, they changed the Karen version.
I'm gonna win right here.
I'm gonna lose. This is the worst
Finish ever.
I've ever played in my life.
This game's rigged.
Um,
iCarly physics, dog. iCarly physics. iCarly physics.
That was like feedback.
Are you ready for your literati invitation?
Need to sleep.
So then you go to sleep. I've got a podcast to be on in 5 hours, and another one to be on in 12 hours.
How many invites for your dog? Did you email to people?
Um, wait. Something like 60 today. No, I misspoke. Like 40.
Have you heard back from people or any
Yeah, like some people were like, they had some family issues and they want to do it later in the month. Um, I've got two tomorrow. I had another guy who said Sunday, and another guy who said either Saturday or Sunday, and I got another one Monday, and um, I don't really know what they're on, and I just kind of do my thing and then talk about futurism. Uh, I don't know why futurism is considered paranormal, but some of the technology is not mainstream, which is interesting. Um, and I have like I can talk about alien abductions. I can talk about celebrities, UFO opinions. I can talk about the history of UFOs, technology that we allegedly gleaned from UFOs, different UFOs, different alien species, and um, and and mega projects. Those are like my favorite things to discuss. All right, so no, I can choose. So basically, I type in things like UFO, alien, paranormal, um, Area 51, and then get all those email addresses. And then, hey, how about I just tell you? How about I just tell you, and then you just don't interrupt me? You don't understand. The champ's here. So then, basically, these are on a certain amount of topics, and then I have just a form email that I send out to them. But then I can do YouTubers and Instagrammers and all kinds of social media people, and I can send out a different email, and then I can do science and AI and you know future futurology and that kind of futurism, and I can do that kind of email. So basically, I can choose the topic. I know what kind of emails it's collecting, and then I can send out the email based on the topic. Now, what were you saying?
how many like UFO alien podcasts are there?
Oh, like
Like eliminated.
tens of thousands, but I think that Spotify only publishes like 1,000 of them.
I thought anyone can publish their like podcast.
Yeah, but they're not all available on to my knowledge, on the Spotify website. Like, I think you have to have a certain amount of followers to get on the Spotify search engine. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they have everybody on there. Um, but there are some podcasts that may not involve, or may involve UFOs, but they're just not labeled that way. That's why search descriptions are so important for me to be able to find someone. Is what I'm saying making sense to you, dog?
Yeah.
All right, now yeah, it works well for you. It works well for everything. Basically, I just need to know the the topic, and once I'm aware of what the topic is, I can customize the bot to email anything. So I don't know. Let's say we wanted it on gardening. All I have to do is type in gardening into the Spotify search, and the bot's really simple. I'll just explain it very quickly. You use the search function on Spotify for whatever topic you want. And what this bot does is then clicks on all of the podcasts that are categorized as that, and then it searches all of the profiles and the descriptions of the podcast and sees if there are any email addresses in there. And if there are, then it puts them in a list. And then after like 10 hours or so, I just have to check the list. And then I remove the duplicate. And it usually gets me like 200 or so clean email addresses that are perfect to email. I do have to do a list. Sometimes I have to do a few small changes to the emails, but generally they're just like a perfect email list. It's one of the most efficient bots I have. Though I have to say, this other one that I made yesterday um, that is just creating clips on people is so flipping good. Now I'm pissed off that I didn't do this a year ago. It's so funny when I look at these bots and like the people's clips. It's like 6 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 4 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 1 month ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 3 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. 2 weeks ago, Rabbi Rothschild. Like nobody's clipping these people except I am, and I have not on big accounts. I've done it on big accounts, but those clips don't last as long because they'll get pushed down because other people will do clips. But these small accounts, it's just free advertising for me. Yeah. So, like, if we go, anybody, like, I'll do a random test. And it may not be everybody, but like, okay, somebody Kacaii. Their name is Kacaii. Okay, they're going right now. If I go, if and they can't be a new streamer. If they're a new streamer, chances are I won't have a lot of clips on them. This guy is this guy's a brand new streamer. So I am clipping him right now. He's not that old. But let me think of just like anybody who's I don't know. Okay, random person. Tommy86. If I go to his clips, uh, he's a pretty good streamer. I haven't had any of. And if you're like, why don't you have any on the bigger streamers? The reason why is because either they have teams that clean their shit out, or they have so many people who clipped them recently that my clips are there, but they're just pretty far down. But for someone who like, there are some of these 24/7 stations that people just have like they just have music there, and very few people clip them. My clips are there from 2 years ago. What isn't good for me, it's okay. It is the clips. You have to click on clips to be able to view clips, but it's better for me on Kick than it is on Twitch. On Twitch, if you clip people, boy, let's say I clip you, you can turn the setting on that says only show clips from people who follow me, only show clips from people I follow, only show clips that are featured. Like you can change it. There are all kinds of settings so that my clips barely ever show on Twitch, though they do. Um, but the Kick one doesn't have all of those functions, and so if you clip somebody on Kick, it shows up right away. And like, no, dude, I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years, almost 4 years. I was on Twitch. I was on Twitch, I think before I was even on YouTube, but maybe not. Um, but yeah, I've been on Twitch.
And using a spam or a bot on Twitch, they haven't like banned.
No. I don't use a bot. I have used bots on Twitch, but no. I have 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm a big deal on Twitch. Um,
What? Are they real followers?
fuck no. I bought them for $100. 5 years.
Oh,
Actually, I bought 50.
bought it.
I bought 50,000, and it's gone down. I have like 49,800. But I don't touch that account because whenever some 18-year-old kid comes in here like, how many followers do you have on Twitch? I'll be like 50,000, and they're like, no, they're like, yeah, I do. Check it out. Look at my username, and they're like, no way. How do you have so many, dude? I've been trying to get more than 7. I'm like, dog, literally, you just buy it. But the price for Twitch followers has gone up a lot in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, Twitch wasn't nearly as big as it is, and so the price on that has definitely gone up. In terms of Kick, though, um,
So what's this TikTok that you did? You described like a Twitch flipping bot, and you were doing that for like years already. So you bot.
no. I mean, years ago, or like within the last year, I've created a Twitch bot, and it works. It works fine, but people don't really like to find my spam on there. You have to really search out pretty hard. On Kick, it's um, this bot is very um, this bot is very efficient. So it does like a clip every minute or so, and then just keeps doing that for 1,000 people, and then it creates a new account, all completely autonomously. So I don't have to do anything.
I'm not even doing that for a while ago. And it's like, oh, I wish I did this like a year ago.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had changed the settings on this computer because the previous settings were just really slow, and these settings are much faster and much more efficient. So this thing works really efficiently. So, yeah. No, I just saw it could be more efficient. So I'm going to make a slight adjustment to it right now. And um,
Do you get messages from people who are like, you've made a bunch of clips of me?
all the time. I don't want to say every day, but like I don't really check.
Like, do they tell you to F off?
Oh,
Or
all the time,
why are you
dog.
doing this?
All the time. They're like, you're such a grifter. All you try to do is steal my community. It's like, dog, I don't give a fuck about your community. And you're doing exactly what I want you to do. You look me up. That's what I want. I win. If you do that, I win. Um,
I'm the champ.
I'm the champ. The champ is here. The champ is here. Um, exactly. The people with whom I don't win are the people who ignore me. Then, but I still, it's the word impression, and I know I talk about this all the time in media. It's the fact I made an impression in their mind. I planted a seed on who I am, and that's like a huge deal for me. These are all impressions, and the thing is, with Kick, you cannot say my name on Kick without it getting automatically deleted. That means I've made an impression on their whole moderation feed. And anyone who writes my name, it automatically gets deleted. But it does not get deleted in the clips. So I can make clips on these people all day long and it stays there. And it stays there for weeks, months, and years. Think about it like this. If I made, if I just spammed your chat, you know how long that spam lasts? Like 5 seconds until the chat moves up if you're a big streamer. So it doesn't really do that much for me. But a clip sits there for years. And anybody
Can
who,
you the title of the book to be whatever?
yeah, 50 characters. I know this all by heart. Like I'm the ultimate troll, I think, on the internet. So it's 50 characters, and I put a heart, a red heart, because I want to get people's attention, and kick is a green, like everything on kick is green, so red stands out. And it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord link. It's even happened to the point when like you type Rabbi Rothschild, like my Discord link shows up, and it's like discord.gg/px something blah 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 blah. It's like it's like something that no one would ever Google, but because I put it on there so much and so many people have looked it up, it becomes one of the things that helps me to rank. Doug, I'm the ultimate. I'm the champ. And I'm going to do this podcast in 5 hours, 4 hours, and it's going to go really well, God willing. Then I'm going to do another one, and I had somebody who I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do their podcast. I might do their podcast. I don't know. This woman kind of creeped me out. Um, so you get some people who want to blame the Rothschilds on everything, and I get that. But I'm not a puppet master. There are many people with my last name throughout the world. And she emails me today, what's the name on your birth certificate? Like, who emails somebody that? And I'm like, or something along those lines. And I'm like, my birth certificate says Michael Israel Rothschild. That's my name. And she's like, well, uh, and then she came in here and she's like, I know I emailed you earlier. I don't know if you responded to my email, but I was just going through all your links, and she brought somebody else in here, and she's like, um, so what's your name? And I'm like, I emailed you all this information already. Uh, my name is Michael Israel Rothschild. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my California driver's license. That's what's on my passport. And she's like, oh, okay, well, um, people are like within the conversation, she's like, people are starting to wake up. And I'm like, look, I don't want to discuss. Uh, I told her in the email, like, I'm not a part of the banking part of the family. I don't purport to be part of the banking part of the family, either in my public life or my private life. I would rather talk about my project and about global unity much more than I want to talk about a surname. And she's like, well, so I said that in the email, and she's like, well, um, we're gonna do this, or she's like, we're gonna do this podcast, uh, like, can we talk about your family? And I very kindly in the email, and I told her as well, that's not what I want to talk about. I'm not going. I'm not here to go down rabbit holes of history. And if you want to do that, that's fine. There are a lot of people out there who will do that with you, but I'm just not one of them. And I was like, "Do you mind if I tell you my spiel?" And she's like, "Sure." And I go and I tell her all the things, and and I'm like, "That's what I like to talk about." So I um I she brought somebody else in here, and that person was quiet, and it just was. I just got a bad vibe. You know how you get bad vibes from things. Like this was. I was gonna go onto this podcast, and she was gonna be like, "All right, well, why is the world the way that it is because of your family?" And I just, again, it's like it's like,
That's not even, it doesn't even make sense.
and and here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Please keep this because I gotta go.
Absolutely. I emailed her all the information, and she didn't check her email, and she came in here and wanted to talk about those kinds of things anyway. And I just, so I might still do it, but it was like I just got a creepy vibe from it. Nobody asks somebody on the internet what's on your birth certificate, right? Like that's not a normal question, or whatever. What's your birth name or whatever? Like that just caught me off
Well,
guard.
maybe I don't know. It is a little bit of a interesting last name, and I think that you're just like impersonating the banking.
I understand that, and I make it clear that I we share a common ancestor. That's as close as it gets. Like if but um, she and I get that. I get that. But I mean, it's like I already answered your question. You could have just checked your email. I sent you an email that was very polite, and I explained that like who I am, what I do, uh, and then she came in here, and I get it, but it was almost like um, she wants to turn the conversation to what happened at the Battle of Waterloo 200 years ago, and it's like I have nothing to do with that. If you want to talk about the dark areas of the internet and history, go ahead. You can find a lot of people on the internet to do that. I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about technology, and I'd like to talk about my live streaming uh, project. But if that's not attractive to you, then I don't know if this is going to work. So I know you want to go to bed, but you were asking, did anybody ask you to be on any other podcast? And yes, this woman invited me. We're supposed to do it a week from tomorrow, but I just got kind of a creepy vibe from that conversation that I don't necessarily know if I'm going to do that. But I have others that I'm going to do. So, and before you go, that's something too. I don't want to um I don't know put this, but like there are okay. I think I've asked you this question before, but maybe not. Uh, so I'm going to ask you a question, Riser, and then you can go to bed, and you have to answer as quickly as possible and exactly the way I asked. Okay? Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? I need an answer. People, do you see he's not answering the question? Do you see he's avoiding this question? No, 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 no. I asked you yes or no. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Yes or no? Do you still beat? Wait. I don't want to. I don't. Yes or no? Look, he will not answer a simple. To the audience, do you see? Riser will not answer a simple yes or no question. Riser, yes or no? Do you still beat your girlfriend? Wait. Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Do you see that Riser will not answer this question? Riser will not answer yes or no. A very simple question. Do you still beat your girlfriend? Riser does not answer it. Riser, everyone on the audience can see that you either do beat your girlfriend or that you used to beat your girlfriend. Do you understand when that's a gotcha moment? Do you wait? I get that, but do you get that that's a gotcha moment?
No, it's not. If you just say I don't answer your loaded question,
Wait. I get that.
you say answer your loaded question.
I get that. I get that. But then you're avoiding the question, and so that makes you look guilty
I'm
as
not
well.
avoiding the question.
You are. Wait.
Wait.
Quit that. Quit that. I know you want to go, but what I'm saying is there are some questions out there that I don't want to get uh gotcha on. So, like for instance, somebody can say to me, and I get this all the time. Do you?
Yeah, I'm going to straight route. I'm talk to you later.
All right.
I'm tired of stuff. I'm going to sleep
Peace out, Girl Scout.
later.
Don't be your girlfriend. Hi, Holly. She banned me. She doesn't do OnlyFans because of her father. She does. Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation. Stop. Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation. Looks like one. You know, big ball. Okay. Dog. For anybody watching this, I had two of the greatest comeback in history. Shut up. Yeah. Dog, it's Lake Travis. Everybody knows.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
They trying to see our video that we did making fun of the comedians from Nixon. It's using some movements, pretty flex. And I oh, thank you. We also talk about already. Yeah. One thing that I've noticed online on trend was people on Twitter and blog fans they keep saying, like, Lynn's got the lens going crazy. They keep saying that Trump's rated 250 concert is like people chance them, and it's always somebody who's not very good at like not taking the guy. I think Sir makes a lot of TV or whatever, and some people you never even heard of are canceling it. Concert. I don't even know if I guess Trump has like concerts was just thinking the problem with Trump is that he's not really a president. He's more like a propaganda. You know, like he's the guy that he owns the buildings. He's like an event like that became president. So we always want to like spruce things up and like plan events. I don't know how good or not he is about like that kind of stuff, but he loves to do it. If he was just doing that, the only problem would be like, oh, okay, maybe Vegas had canceled. Cancer guy country. So the events, if they don't, it's like, oh, great, we have a UFC thing in front of the White House. When it comes to events, that's a fucking great question. He's gonna, because he tends to wear the same stuff a lot, but I wonder if he knows. Oh no, we're the same. Gucci. Summer Mass last time I worked. Yeah, so I think years to the experience. They might have something different. You have to pay to hear about it. You have to have like a rich friend. It's like I got my thing from Kazoo today. Kazoo. I can't say it. You can't say it. Yeah, it's like I was scrolling out, bringing all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, what's oh yeah, what's the thing that conspiracy was that what's still wafer? So it's like they proudly say wafer, but they know that it's not wafer. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Wafer is just no wafer is the thing like a wafer, but you're rich enough, you know, that's where they get involved. And I was thinking about that, like what Canadians that's a good one. I'm gosh dang it. You know, a lot of people said that my wife was the reason I quit the pockets, but no, I quit it to do this. And outside, not under great weather. So I'm imagining the Grand 250 outside. I didn't even know what it was either. I'm like, why do you think you're being president by tweeting about like but you know, it's anytime I see that, I'm like, I think it's big enough. Yeah, it's like he is, in a way, he's holding up the economy. Trump economy is like on constant news about it, us tweeting about it, and making flash mistakes. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, he's like, oh, I got a pretty job, bro. What the disease I had when I came out, it's like, oh my god, bro. Spider-Man. Oh, we're saving the whatever we got. It was more of a or because we talk about these people and it was never we turn to them and like so I turned to Leah and then I went because you could use it for me. Yeah. You could actually be like, I'm sorry. That would be like a Spider-Man. Don't do that to me. Oh, okay. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, I'm great. basic forward. My mind, AI stuff wants to do. Was the things they buy, don't buy, don't buy, even buy. See the reason for the thing. Basic for I think it's not just I guess something other way to take this it looks like a they don't post anything else. That's all. I wonder if there's any way to find out for sure why or how 265. But I thought that was interesting. That's crazy. How did you find out about it? Somebody gives obviously this one's viral, so people are connected. Like people that watch the show, it's true. Which one? You remember which one? That one? Yeah. I think. Oh, the place. Yeah, it's one piece is called so I thought it was just weird. I also I messaged them about some more never shot. That is really the not response to the guy that dated. Like the actual if it's a man or somebody knows about it. Like if we did that to somebody, I guess the point is again, can't see again like I think I'm maybe not sure. Well that but also somebody using so we're using his content somebody using your content. That's your biggest threat. It's not actually see if I was smart enough to I could I barely exactly right. I don't know how to do like a bunch of like that's idea I should have. That's more just but it doesn't really make sense just to unless AI has there been have you ever heard of AI? Yeah. I mean I definitely can see it that whole thing. There's like tons of things I never read about but I AI does that. So AI you're set from so like for instance, yes, definitely I can perfect. Okay. Understand just copy paste what I yeah. So again, I extended it to make it on TikTok because actually it's on TikTok just in on Instagram. And yeah, that's the way that I ever tell stuff to AI because it's like this your name's spelled there, stuff like so there's that. And you have bio and it's just it's also not easy to live. That was your stand up. I use that stand. AI shit is so amazing. I know someone else who does. I know someone else. Anyways, yeah, I thought that was interesting. I don't know. Oh, fuck. Oh, like what? Okay. I'm sorry. You're sad. Yeah. So, yeah, they have what is this? Sonic. Sonic. Sonic is yellow. Yellow Sonic. Super Sonic. Yeah, Super Sonic. I don't remember. Sonic turns yellow. Yeah, Super Sonic. I know, like, I kind of think that Silver Sonic could be better. Have to get some. It's all emeralds. Got small. Yeah, that's what makes it fast. Fast. Cool. Yeah, that's like that's right. Yeah. If Sonic was like a real thing in real life, that's the same thing. I'm so sorry. It's alright. So now let's damn your morning shit. Sonic is amazing. Simple. See, we're talking about a kid's video game. You're 6 o'clock. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Bookmarkers. He's a kid. So Sonic, Sonic would be so good at Pokemon cards. It would be so funny to watch him play because you can see, or I'm thinking of I don't even know let's say it is Pokemon, alright? Let's say the Pokemon Go. He'd be stealing Pokemon so fast and running around. I wish I could. It's not. I don't think it's anything that great. So no, it's a lot of big space. That's not allowed. Pokemon is almost like your brain cards. Like how oh sure, yeah, like it's a bad name. So the neighborhood nature smart. Yeah, I've got a little bit. I got snakes. I got my snakes. Or like a snake sale. People are dead in there. I do have news about my grave. I haven't told you yet. I want to say it. And it's I went to doc well, surprise. Well, he called the doctor's office called me. They called me. Kaiser called me. And they go, we got your results back. And don't show that it shows a little bit of over medication for your brain. So we think you should start taking it more time with me. Actually, they didn't even say that. They're like you should take it less. You should take the medication less, like maybe 2 times. And I go, 2 times? Like I was taking it 5 times. Are you saying you want me to take it one less time? They're like, yeah. So I didn't take it that day. I didn't take it that day. And they said, but I also want you to come in the office. See the doctor. Right? They probably wanted to come in the office after the call. She made the nurse on her own was like, we need you. It's can't even tell me. She told me you want to hold me. Yeah, she was like, oh my god, great. Great, really bad. This guy didn't even know. How dare you ever fight say I mean, I had no choice to tell me. So I go in the office, right? And the doctor team big ones. He said you have two options. One is what we do. We have this big truck and a small guy, and he said two options. One is drawing in the podcast plans. He said you stop doing cowbell, or people will start calling cowbell. He said you might be right. Now I would say when it comes to circulating this time, because usually you can stop taking it, and then we just again in 3 weeks to see if it's good, and or we can just wean you off from medication and test on therapy. So I said, let's just fucking stop. I'm done. I cured myself. It's not even fucking safe. Now I'm fucking no more about it. So now I'm not gonna take medication. I ain't crazy no more. Yeah, I ain't crazy. I like women. That's good. Good. That's good. I don't know. My thyroid. I like things. That's it. I like this. I like thyroid. So you figured it out. We gave you a project. But I made that agreement where I gotta get tested in 3 weeks. And then we like 3 months, 6 months, like maybe 6 months a year, 1 year. If I'm actually healed, just to make sure my thyroid is not active. But I don't have to take medication anymore. Thyroid. Yeah, I fucking fix myself. I don't have to take any medication. Yeah, dude, this thing, dude. I mean, he was asking me like, he asked me about a bunch of my symptoms. He goes, well, do you feel tired all the time? I was like, no. I said, I'm not. Like, do you have this and that? No. Like, what about headaches? Like, all the time. Yeah. And I go, but that's probably because I'm taking skin issues. So, it's for headache. And I said, no, all the time. He's like, all right, get up my egg, get up. He's like, I'm 13. So he goes, let me touch your neck. Look at your neck. I should do this on my neck. Check my thyroid. That is normal. So, good. As long as the test results come back good, 3 weeks, shit. So I don't know. I have to go to the doctor. No, I don't have to. I'm not allowed to go to the doctor. I'm not going to try. Yes, that's okay. It's not my fault. It takes a team. I need help. You guys, doctors, nurses, my friend. Whoa. People need to ask me that. Go straight. So I need that. I need people to be like, whoa. I'm you, puppy. Listen, bro. Don't do that. That's why there's a you're about to step. I don't want to step. Fuck. I do want to watch that doctor. Yeah. Should I wait or should he tell me a little bit about it or is he acting right now? What is he doing? They're trying to get some basic long story short. Yeah. This guy had a life saving from junior hospital. Gave to his son. The guy's had a doctor all the time. I like him already. He sounds like a good guy. He's not even part of the story. That's the where it started. Just Star Wars. Sure. Son by oh, okay, right. So sell Legos. That's yeah. Long story short, that franchise, obviously, so like, lady and the husband were like, Don trucks it off. It's not really talked about a lot. interesting question about how, for example, so the people that took over after the people left, the owners left the country, did they get the money that they had from selling the land? They're like actively speaking, and they don't even have them. They're acting, they have them. Like, whoa, we don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy. Before you took that college, before you took that all, you kept drinking. Having some public watching stuff, yeah, always wanted to work with you guys. There's like literally videos of them not wanting. Yeah. Oh, you didn't even say. You should have told us that you wanted to work with us. Here's a video. Oh, that's dude, total misunderstanding. But it's in the videos. Yeah. No. This is all so easy. Stop. Yeah. Hey. Like cartoon. Eyebrows. Yeah, no, that's hilarious. Yeah, turn the mustache. You can't make people like that. You know, you're gonna. It looks like or people with interesting facial hair. It's like you gotta be as normal as possible today. Because you can't be a little weird and not target. You have this kind of a red flag. Any kind of hint that like people are being weird, you're definitely the weirdest person ever, right? You chose that, and yeah, and your personality is that. Exactly. Because when you're the other person, and you don't judge a book by their cover, you're not supposed to. So you don't judge a book by your cover. But when the cover, you open the book and it seems like the cover, you're like, fuck, why did I judge the book by the cover? What was I thinking? So many red flags. He had an evil mustache. Hey, you hate yourself. I expect that. I don't judge a book by the cover, but you know, I'm like, I look at you know, like, oh, I'm like, that guy looks like it's like he drives a frosted mess. So another encouraging thing about this book, so the mom like police corruption. The last week out like yesterday, it's literally the police act trying to cover up that being on the side. And okay. I want you to kind of look at it and watch I can say answer your question about watching. Is it something that I can step on my part? Can I do that with YouTube? Right. People want to watch it eventually, like after a while, listen to it, like this is like this stuff. His name is Rex, man. I guess it's just podcasts because on podcasts was like you're yeah. So I just told him my podcast. Oh, bro, what kind of podcast? I said Rex shot. Yeah, let's have him on. We gotta tell him about that's the song over there. Okay, well, sometimes you gotta take your time. All right. I think what I don't having no idea what's going on with like what you described. I do think it's kind of funny to have this bad press over that much money. Like, I mean, it's a lot of money to me, but a company like that's what he's at what 180,000. It's over 60,000. That's like that's what you maybe and $60,000 is probably a lot less than what you pay in the market. And now you have $400,000 show on Saturday. Friday. I want to go to a show on Friday. Anaheim. Maybe. I think so. Yeah. Not certain about me yet. There was like well, like maybe yeah, very fun. It's like and turns to me. I don't know where that's like a weird picture. When I was on stage, I'm talking to this guy before. We're talking trying certain guy I'm talking to. I got a question. Oh yeah, yeah. It's just yeah, good. So I have I have a lot. I'm like, what does he mean nuts? That's what I'm trying to find out. Yes. I don't think so. He sounds kind of stupid. He's like, we have somebody at the car. He's talking to everybody. It's felt like it's a forever. It never happened. Or some concept of sobriety. It's like very happy. Like, guys trying to joke about it. Getting upset. And I'm not like, I'm like, look, I don't want to get back out. And I'm talking to stops. I guess I'm like, who is the guy that said the second one they listened to me? The one that I have. Wonder why question twice. To me, it's funny that it's just that guy. That guy had a son. It's like, I why would you listen to that guy? When the first time he said me bad, I almost but I want to be saying kind of like innocent. He's very chick. It is funny, almost like what two or three people at that point, at least three, because you could comment on that guy as well. Kind of crazy to think what so people have to deal with. I don't know if it's never happened before. It was so happening. And it was just like yeah, I felt like a straight you are. Which you are, they call. I've been to you. Yeah. was telling this story to Matt, this guy worked there, he was a really cool guy, talking about psychedelics. It's like, you know, psychedelics. Like, I personally don't want to tell them. Somebody asks me, like, yeah, I'm going to tell them what I because he's interested the whole time. Like, when I go to that bar, once she was psychedelics, but not it. I was also different. They would like, I use that support. I was just making sure. I'm not going to tell you what most like, this is good. That was sure. You know what I do? One thing I use I know that wrong where you start seeing things that make sense, you know? You're just happy and you go, oh yeah, you drink like that only makes sense like very it makes perfect sense. Nice, nice. You know, he's never drank me at a time. I have that drink I like a lot of times when drink rain makes sense. So yeah, there's been times where I told people about cities and next day once tell once be like I had thoughts and I'm not lying, I'm trying to country and they laughing because in my head it's like if I just took it like yeah, well, let's say I'm like night's already going well. It's full night. See, we're all at table. I'm like, I took a shot right there. Like first, like my sick mind. So I told them that like, no, dude, I'm a bummer. Oh, hell yeah. I hope you are on that same way. What if so? You know, the guy that or whatever, you know, like, great. But in your head, you're like, we had a meet with that guy. Get over here, and they take it, start taking shots, ripping shots. That's the fire guy, right? That's a lot. Another rumble. Now your best friend is some asshole. Cool, like it's a good people. Like I can't save his life. Who's about to start drinking again? And it's oh man, yeah. I don't think I've made it anybody in quite some time. Like I don't know how to be that trip. Yeah, you see, I already called this a while back, and then when I had seen it there, I sat next to it. It's like, what's talking about? And so I'll show that. I was next to the bar, just we're just talking. And eventually, you know, and so that's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I think people I hate, and I won't really explain people I hate if I were in a like push them back. Like I've been to place, especially people go to places and we get like, I see you there. Oh, no spoilers here. I did see the movie Backroads. One thing I did want to say about it was, you know, so the guy owns the store, different part, just how annoying it is. And like, the store lights everywhere. It's great. Like to get my fucking my where I work at Yeah, you got to see obsession. That's your I watch so many TikTok creators. Yeah. The only other thing that I saw was, uh, I don't want to get too much. There's this guy Graham running for Senate Maine, and he's just this campaign is have all this stuff on one person in a bad time. People say that that's and then he said he didn't know it was. And I looked at it, I wouldn't have known either. He's got financial discredit posts. Now some people I'm texting 100 right. But I'm reading it and I go like the Reddit stuff just reminds me of like stuff have you ever played like maybe I haven't experienced as much as that. But then the texting it's like you text what I'm on your wife. It's I guess but with my business. So it's like it's all about it seems to be like a coordinated job. For me. Yeah, he's running for Senate in Maine against this really old everybody is running against like the last primers like that. Seems like 75 in person. It's probably 75, 80 or whatever. And I think they're kind of just they don't want to be senator. It's like a coordinate campaign. You want to run for office, you're not got to make people that cheers. He does have some his checkered path that steady doesn't think that's
What a great picture.
it's like because he cheated on because he cheated
Oh,
on his
man.
wife by texting other women that means I don't
You got me.
care. I don't care. What is it? He sent text about the chicks. That's probably every politician. Think about all the politicians. Every politician wrong cameras. Exactly. That's a fucking fan. Yeah, that's like 30 times worse than cheating. So many people have like cheated and cheated. That's a really bad thing. A lot of these politicians don't even are staff. And like their assistant secretary, the intern, like always fucking that. You're their boss. We are and we fucking be fired. I make the team watch but yeah, it's not running for mayor. Yeah, well, I'm not running. That's why. And I'm like, I'll make our whole team watch the entire yeah. And I will Brian guys watch it. I said, yeah, how is this any of our business? And no one is perfect. All the text messages people send out, imagine if someone saw all the text all the time. I'm not serious. I just like to say bad things about my friends. And I'm serious. No, context, but also there's a lot of fake stuff, AI shit. I don't know if that everything is behind a paywall too. All the stories about this guy, I have to be a subscriber. Journal says fucking headline says this. I don't know the truth behind a paywall. Just imagine what it is. Social media comes out and this voice and AI. Who did that? Very for you know, remember to
It's for sure.
No one is saying that bad tattoos are good and have the most recent crazy shit, or technologists don't know when you're hearing about psychotherapy. All I'm saying is, it is the Chinese. I would much rather, I actually think that it's more of a show. I would much rather have outward knowledge. Like, there's, I like seeing I like this. Nothing against, like, I'm saying, I saw this an artist place. I like seeing kids. I think what's going on with her. She was trying to suck my dick. I think there's something to be said about what you're saying. It's like you, all these people that get their whole life exposed, and then worst of it is that they did this, where it's like, well, worst is they tech. All right, sounds like a decent guy. You're gonna be tied that far. General. She's literally dead. She's still fucking. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Though. Diane Einstein, she's like in a chair, doesn't know where she is. And then that's, to me, that's more upsetting. The guy who has a checkered past or something is no one get a second chance. He's a newer, he's a better guy now. He's running for Senate. Someone's going to judge him. I'm actually more concerned that we have people that are literally brain innocent and fears of what's happening. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty old. Your pads, out of your eyes and across her face with nervous system. She doesn't know what's going on. Yeah. She could be fucking in that. This is the thing. I don't want to I want a mayor or a senator or a governor. Never checks on. Should check. Why? I don't know why. I don't know. I just want. Do you want that? Is that what you want? Yeah, definitely check. I don't want to check. So you would deny another human the ability to signature.